factorem caeli et terre, visibilium omnium et invisibilium. Credo.
Hello, hello. Just coming through the mic. There. Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, and evening. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Space Marine 2. At some point later on. Okay. Well. Maintenance tomorrow. Or, yeah, tomorrow. I'm not going to be playing at that time, so that's fine. I'll need to see if I'm in a good position. I also need to toggle that. Siege update, yep.
Ours is the finest ship in the fleet, if you ask me.
At the moment, this is my custom paint job for all of my Marines with mostly Space Wolves cosmetics. So they all have the helmets and other accessories if I have them unlocked, which I will need to grind for. But seems like a good enough opportunity to do just that. Let me make sure I'm popped into voice channel that Grin will be popping into later. Unmute that. Let me see if there's a way to not have it pause when tabbed away. Gonna end up in voice chat with anyone. I might as well be able to hear them. It's all UI stuff. I don't know if there's a way to adjust what I was hoping for, but oh well. Probably either start with some siege or do a quick match. I'll try this. I am glad to hear that things are working, Bolty.
tide of Xenos is ending.
I guess they've adjusted how armory data is earned. Cool. It's been a while since I've played normally.
Dampen that spirit of yours.
Never, brother. And I have killed anything that has thought to try. Ready to stand. shall be done. Scars in the making.
Replenishing vitality. Only one way in. A choke point. We should not linger.
Projecting stints.
The Imperium can follow me through. Full grenades here.
I assumed the reclamation machines would be active.
System reset required. Initiate rapid reawakening at all consoles. Determining termination.
Spread out. We activate these consoles and we gain access to the fortress and its weapons. Our banner awaits unfurled. We have to awaken the other consoles before we venture into the fortress. That one's fully returned. We cannot enter the fortress until the entire system is up.
Blessings extended to the throne. Awakening has begun. Distribution of blessing ammunition. Return to the console to resume.
Glad to hear it. Sorry that it was so complicated. Definitely not a great time to have a faulty RAM.
Functions restored.
I just realized he's going for a Grey Knight appearance, which is pretty cool. I might have to do similarly if I can easily unlock that helmet. Too bad Cat's not here to see it. Apparently the Grey Knights are one of his favorite factions.
He's rallying reserve forces. Halt it!
Nope. Space Marine 2. It's Terminid Tide.
Victory! Regardless, stop that target from riding fresh points.
I'm not sure. Maybe League. Well, 16's not too bad. But you'd probably have to look it up and what you have available. Well, it's a learning experience, so now you'll better know what to do if it ever happens or similar happens again. It's troubleshooting for you.
Ministers, the consoles require further blessing. Communion established. Transmission of blessing has commenced. Communion with vessel complete. Ministerial authority accepted. Praise the Omnissiah. System restoration complete. Driving controls reset.
We activated the consoles. We must open the door. Quarters, reporting for duty. Captain Akaran, we are entering the fortress.
Good. Head up to the cannons and remind the Xenos of whom they dare to attack.
It was pretty good. Only had like a couple encounters of players that were trying to be cheeky, but I think the only times I ever like failed to extract was due to the arcs themselves, not the enemy or any opposing players. Most of them were friendly or doing their own quests. Sadly, one of them was like, hey, do you have any dog colors? And I didn't have any at the time, only to then collect 2 afterwards in a later run. So I was like, man, if only I could have sent that over to that guy, because he seemed nice. What I'm thinking of doing next time I play is just take it in my, take the dog collars in my safe pocket. So if I ever go down, I don't lose them, but then I can give it to people that need it.
No mercy, no respite, no fear. Fill up on stills. If you would only remain static, you would be the perfect firing point. In our next battle, I shall take ready. Would that be suitable? Wait, are you being serious? No. Simply perfect. That is our way to the battle, my friends. We cannot backtrack. Reload.
The Tyranids seem to know you're close. They are amassing at the fortress.
They will come at us from all sides, and we will meet them.
cannons.
We must turn the cannons on it while there is still time.
I mean, that's not wrong.
You are near the last cannons. You will need to find the manual controls to operate them.
We have found the control console for the cannons, Captain Apparat.
Actually, this ends up being a good corner for my
Defensive cannons active. Targeting system
avatar.
malfunction. Initializing secondary system. Significant damage. Complex element. Well targeting system online. Congratulating the service call.
I'll just need to move where Grin will show up.
Desire steady your hand.
Weapon is ready. Awaiting target. Aim and fire with a sidearm to commence attack.
Press the attack. Do not let them recover, brothers. The tyranny aims for us. Show the tyrannies no mercy. Press the attack. Do not let take cover, brothers.
Engage auxiliary generators to resume fire.
Generator is active. Let us fire at the tyrannies. Fire.
Prevent system no longer detected. Engage console. System again successful. Gas targeting the EMF.
The Titan's fire at us. Keep light between you and the Xenos weapon.
Searching for target. Fire with your sidearm to commence target lock.
Avoid its contamination.
All specs ready. Aim with sidearm to complete attack.
None undermine.
established. All specs connected.
Take cover, brothers. Do not let it waste.
Lance cannons ready. Establish target with a sidearm to initiate offensive protocol.
Away from his filth, brothers.
Captain Empire, Phantom's turn. Take the ship to those damn towers and unleash divine retribution. Let us make sure the terminals
No, as well as I could have expected with fresh weapons. It's cool having a Salamander Sniper and Grey Knight Tactical. Oh, got some armor. Decent bit of requisitions. Let's see. So we got new arms. Kind of like the skull, but maybe I'll go with the. Wish I'd be a little faster about that, but oh well. if any suggestions on how to. Skin the most, I think. So that'd be Relic Beta. But I'll use that for now. guess they disconnected as well. So I'm just trying to find a good suggestion. To use with this. Since they're both new weapons to me. Oh yeah, I can use power Thunder Maul now, which is cool. I'll need to give that a try. Probably this loadout. I'll go with Thunder Hammer. Before I do much of that, since it's going to be a bit, let me see if I can get the color I want unlocked. Armor gold, 40, 40, cool. So now I just need to change everything to that. Well, not everything, but all the stuff that was the Liberator Gold. Hey, got my old color scheme back, sort of. As close as I can get it. But then there's the parts that I need to get. Let's see, I don't think this has a Space Wolf. Yeah. A Space Wolf pauldron there, but this side has that. Already have the backpack. The chest is this one. So it's going to take a bit. Although I'm already working my way there. I have 40 and then whatever this costs. So almost there. This one will take a bit to get the knee. There's the shoulder, so I'll probably get this, followed by this. Not sure if any of these other... unlocks I need necessarily. See, this one again is the legs. Or at least one leg, which would be kind of cool, but I don't need that one specifically. Red Moons, Death Wolves, Storm Wolves, Iron Wolves, Drake Slayers, Black Manes, Fire Howlers, Grim Bloods, Blood Maws, Sea Wolves, Sons of Mordkai, the Champions of Fenris, which all have all sorts of cool unlocks for specifically the Space Wolves, but there's all sorts of other stuff. Imperial's Fists, White Scars, Dark Angels, what's at least the Corvus stuff. I'm not sure if there's a specific faction. I guess it's successors for this, which the Raven Guard. Yeah, there we go. So and somewhere is where you get like the Corvus helmet. There it is. The Beaky, as it's called by players. That's odd. Is it just kind of a flat pauldron, I guess? And this is kind of neat. While the Raptors are a successor chapter of the Raven Guard, upcoming they're getting a full-on cosmetic pack. Similarly, where are they? The Carcharodons as well. The space sharks, as they're called. So they're getting some stuff too in the future. No. I think some color I missed. With one of the hands. Where are the hands? Auric. Yeah, so previously I had used the Iron Warriors, but because it used to be like closer to this color, but they fixed it at one point and made it more of a matte gray. So it like completely changed how my armor design was. But now thankfully with one of the successor things, they brought back that same color. So now I finally have that back, which looks much better. I think it looks pretty cool. Imperial Fists is a pretty good helmet. And the Dark Angel Champion to kind of give a Grey Knights kind of look. That one's pretty cool looking too with the tech visor. And thanks to the Dark Angels, everyone can have a hood. Technically think this is more of a Grey Knight kind of helmet style, you know. I do actually have it unlocked though, so. Gonna be at level 1. Substantial is gonna be rough. May have to go ahead and do a prestige once I get enough points. other players in the game, my cosmetics carry over to the fellow AI, which is fun. So they're all Eclipse Wolves, or whatever I'm trying to call this. Custom.
The Tyranids have already established their capillary towers. They mean to harvest this planet's biomass. They will take Kadaku, but we will make them pay for it. Those towers, they're bio-titan. Find a way to bring them both down. Trap them in their own filth. Acadian platoon has taken up position near an abandoned Imperial fortress. Their weapons will lead the counterattack. The Acadian commander can brief you on the fortress's current status.
We will coordinate with the Cadian commander. Seeing us return this planet to a husk.
Fortress's Icarus las cannons are strong enough to bring down that beast and the towers.
Even with your aid, we do not have the forces to penetrate the main gate. We will need another way in.
Hold your position. We will access the las cannons.
This path will lead you into the jungle and towards the fortress. May the Emperor grant you success.
Rally.
Acadian said this was our way forward.
There is no going back, brothers.
After a perfect parry, okay.
Captain Akaran, if we gain access to the fortress's cannons, we should be able to defeat the Hierophants.
The front gate is inaccessible, so you must enter from below. Fortress schematics show a waste reclamation center. Travel beneath the Tyranids and up into the fortress.
A solid course of action, Captain. Here. There is a light in the darkest hours, brother. I am glad to have you at my side.
You honor me, but such a virtue pales when compared to your tenacity.
Nonsense. Good spirits inspire us all, and there are no finer comfort.
Then let us spread our to the alien, the mutant,
Comes a big boy.
resolve is a bastion in these dark times.
There is no pain I could face that would match the disappointment of my battle brothers.
You strike to the heart of it. I can imagine none either.
Waste nothing, brothers!
Administering self-aid.
Changing magazine. Our banner awaits us firmly. Our way is clear. That is heretical behavior! The Reclamation Center entrance is just ahead, Captain.
The hive ships are moving into range of the capillary towers. We are in Kadaku's final hours.
fencing stems. Where shall I plant this flag? Will not be long now until we are in the fortress, brothers.
Take all you can carry.
Medical war gear here.
We cannot.
Moment,
backtrack.
brothers. My strength returns. Gathering supplies.
It is too quiet. The system has been depowered.
Initiate ransom rearrangement consoles to terminate hibernation.
We activate these consoles and we gain access to the fortress and its weapons.
We cannot enter the fortress until the entire system is activated.
Alien infantry. That is no ordinance. Steal your mind.
We cannot enter the fortress until the entire system is activated.
Terminate the tyranny small.
Attention, ministers. Communication with console halted. Biological computers detected. Invasive materials must be removed prior to resumption.
Let us find this substance.
Presence of invasive material detected. Eliminating
Fire, suffocate the generators. Let us rectify this.
If we are to fix this, we must destroy the
Spores that spawn these vines. The contamination is removed. We are eliminating the Maserati source.
System accessible. Resume communion with the console, ministers. Vessel detected. Sharing the divine blessings of the machine god. Console has been reawakened. Functions restored.
Ammunition banner ready to deploy.
Communion established. Transmission of blessing has commenced.
Open the door.
Tyranid menace annihilus.
Captain Akaran, we are entering the fortress now. The weapon system is next.
Good. Head up to the cannons and remind the Xenos of whom they dare to attack.
Ammunition cache here.
Charged.
No telling what surprises await.
The Tyranids seem to know you're close. They are amassing at the fortress.
They will come at us from all sides, and we will meet them.
Where shall I plant this flag?
Picking up
Fresh
equipment.
munitions. Tyranid scourge towers above us, but not for long.
We must turn the cannons on it while there is still time.
Cat. Good to see you. Earlier, one of the other players that I was playing alongside looked like he was going for a Grey Knight design to his Space Marine, which is pretty cool.
Console for the cannons, Captain.
Well, I hope the date goes well.
Captain from 1234 said how good is the customization.
I'll be able to show you soon.
The weapon console. We must use it.
Defensive cannons active.
But you could already kind of get a gist with seeing how different each of us look. Got various Space Wolves cosmetics.
It cannot shrug off our cannons. The Titan fires at us. Keep light between you and the Phenom weapon.
All specs ready. Aim with sidearm to complete attack.
He has landed a powerful blow. We have him coming. Contamination. Your weapon malfunction. Inserting rounds. One is ready. Take the shot.
All specs and fortress communication disrupted. Return to console room connection.
The Hierophant attacks! Defensive position!
Servo skull detected. Synchronization.
Back away from its toxic exposure.
More attacks like that! This abomination! Brothers! It retaliates!
No, there's something close thanks to the Space Wolves Champion Pack. But it's only for the light armor. So Sniper and Vanguard.
Waiting for fire command. Aim and fire with sidearm when ready, Minister.
Oh, you mean for my avatar, yeah. I could maybe find something that would work. Might have to be something that I have custom made.
Hierophant attacks! Defensive position! Keep clear of its foulness!
I did think about that, adding some sort of Space Marine attachment, but I'll have to probably save that for next time.
Target. Minister. Fire with your sidearm to commence target lock.
This abomination for the auxiliary generators shall nourish our cannons. Resources acquired. Ammunition here.
Activation complete. Ready to fire.
Prevent system no longer detected. Engage console to reestablish communication between the fortress and surface star. Successful. Cannon targeting link enabled.
Away from his filth, brothers.
Our banner awaits on home.
We have landed a powerful blow. Time to end this battle.
Activate the generators and restore the cannons.
I am gravely injured, brothers.
Brothers, it retaliates! Fresh magazine. We must use the generators at generator is running. Last cannons charged. Target the Tyranid.
Fortress control has been disrupted.
Tyranid aids for us.
Establish surface com and system communication. System link has been established. Autolinks connected.
Down towers and unleash divine retribution. Let us make sure it
I'll see if I can get something set up for a future stream. No, there's a whole armor. That kind of work. I could just be a little slime and Space Marine armor. free. Yeah, I have to sign in. I think I have an account. Send to my email. I'll have to figure this out. It's a little more complicated, but I can make it work. Because it even lets me color it in different ways. Somehow unlock two of the same legs. They seem identical. Hey, Bolty. Let's see, what else was I trying to unlock? Probably the chest would be a good thing to get next. I'm already close to unlocking it too. Just need one more. What was the other one I wanted? That's for the leg. And that's for the shoulder, so I think I'll go for this next. After I get the armor part. Emblem for the knee, which you can't even see. So the cosmetics, as you were asking about earlier, Kat, are pretty deep with every class having kind of their own stuff. So a lot of the stuff for the bulwark, as they call it, but it's also like a blade guard veteran, has all sorts of stuff. And then they've over time released champion packs, so they have a Dark Angels champion and a Black Templars champion respectively, but they also allow you to mix and match these parts now, which they didn't used to. So it's a nice change, which is why I'm able to have some of the Space Wolf stuff, like the helmet originally was exclusive to the Vanguard, and then has like a little wolf pelt pauldron specifically for this style of armor. So only the Vanguard and Sniper can use this specific pauldron, and various other Space Wolves parts on the body are special for the lighter armor. For the heavy, they have, so far they've only done a Ultramarines champion for the heavy, which was part of release. For the Sniper, they did a Salamanders champion, which some people was like, why not a heavy? And it's like, well, maybe they'll do more eventually, but they really liked the idea of having this kind of like dragon skin cape, reptilian cape for the Sniper, even if it made the least sense. As I already showed with Bulwark, there's the Dark Angels, which I believe you said you liked, and then the Black Templars. It is possible to kind of make do a makeshift Grey Knight, because I saw someone earlier as, I think if you take, I mean, it's essentially like, normally these helmets are exclusive to the Bulwark, but these special DLC ones you can use on anyone. So if you take like this helmet, which is supposed to be a Dark Angels helmet, but if you change the eye color and obviously the coloring of the helmet, you can make a Grey Knight pretty easily. For the Assault, they did a White Scar champion, which looks pretty cool. A lot of the red lightning As for when Gren's joining, I assume it's the standard time, so in another hour, maybe? I'm not sure. But this is the White Scars, which is the current only champion thing for the Assault. And Tactical, I think did... Yeah, they originally released the Imperial Fists, and then also did Blood Angels, which look pretty cool. Very unique, given that normally this is not the color scheme of the Blood Angels, but it's very much, I think, supposed to look like their Primarch. And they eventually added shared patterns, so you can have all sorts of stuff. And then if you've unlocked full sets of cosmetics patterns, you can preview them, which is cool. So I have like Ultramarines unlocked, Space Wolves, Carcharodons, Nova Marines, Praetors of Orpheus, Void Tridents, which is probably my favorite successor chapter color scheme for the Ultramarines. And then I have the Champions of Fenris, which are pretty similar, but a little different from standard Space Wolves. It's almost the same colors. Well, have fun with, I assume, Helldivers. I'll have to get back into that at some point myself. But I'm gonna keep leveling. I do want to prestige, but I'll do that when I have enough points. It takes a bit. Definitely want that skin, which I think the best choice is the block style axe. But for appearance's sake, I want to get the relic beta, because it looks cool. I will message Grin just to confirm timing. Heavy and Tactical as my AI buddies at the moment.
Scans show the Tyranid numbers growing exponentially within the Hive City. Retaking those sectors is a lost cause. Bombardment from orbit risks collateral damage, so we need a more targeted approach. Commandeer a Nova Cannon implosive warhead from the Navy supplies in the Astra Militarum depot and deliver the payload by rail. We shall collapse the superstructure from below.
As the Codex dictates. Advance to the Militarum depot to requisition payload.
Keep a tight formation. We do not want to get separated.
The battle disturbs Avarax's arid landscape. Dust storms can arise with little warning. If conditions obscure the path, look for the flashing guideposts. Advance when it is clear.
The storm has dissipated.
Got a confirmation. Rin will be popping in at 4 p.m. Mountain, so another hour
We do not
from
want
now.
our armor compromised in combat.
Das Juicen.
Ammunition here. Stock up.
Waiting for the guy to load in.
Back, ready to deploy.
Combo. There's light combo, and then at any moment of the combo, hold.
More equipment here.
The depot appears secure and devoid of Xenos.
Activate the Quartermaster's console away from the machines. Instructed to load the explosive warhead onto the train and assist it when necessary.
Require a Nova Cannon implosive warhead loaded on the train.
Acknowledged. Commencing transport materials. Attention. Savages not found. Operators required to complete the transport.
Escort the payload to the train.
Where should I plant this flag? That should take us to the station.
Enhanced tactic ready.
Check how I can do emotes, because there's a different button for that, it seems like. Working tool, emotes, B.
For the Emperor! For the Emperor!
Let's get a Raven Guard and a Ultramarine.
Reloading. Becoming stronger!
There goes our range advantage. See your weapon on hot. Right steady. Skittles the way. The dust storm has settled. Such power is the hands of these services. Adjusting wall space for close proximity. Get that card effect with everything we have. Magazine exhaust. I want none of the wings on. We demolish that carnifex. For the Emperor! Amelia line cloak ready. These storms will strip our colors right down to the ceramite. Fill up on the stables. Reloading ammunition. The dust storm has settled. Deploying bridge. Race for another storm!
I salute you. Fresh cartridge. Survey the terrain once. We shall find grains in her armor for years.
Secure terminal perimeters.
Resupply. Now, take all you can carry. Rearming. Stealth ready.
Obstruction detected. Removal is required to commence.
It shall be done.
Declutter complete.
Stealth. I think it was only possible because the heavy disconnected.
Fresh magazine. I have respectfully requested reinforcements as please. That silence to me, my shit.
Seeking operator. Northbound.
Inserting rounds. Sustained heavy damage. Ready to deploy. My duty nears its end.
Departmental editorial orders transfer. 3639 version complete. Manifest updated. Fresh magazine.
Where shall I start this flag?
The fewer cycles easy have, the better. We cannot backtrack. Lieutenant Titus, the ordnance is loaded. Good. Deploy it. This galaxy's not going. Our banner awaits unfurled. Located extra stills. Launching payload.
Engine power depleted. Initiating charging cycle. Deployment terminator.
Adjusting our tactics to overcome. Talassa, I have multiple swarms moving to your location. You have their attention. Deal with them swiftly. We will not get another shot at this.
Requisition a motive engine. Route the Xenos onto the tracks.
Inserting rounds.
Link your armor to the Mechanicus device. You will need to keep close proximity to the charging station until the reset is complete.
Charging system will remain suspended until the power field is corrected.
Offering prayer now.
Guide the station to full charge.
My duty is ended. Fresh cartridge.
This is new.
Detonation in 5. Brace for shockwave. Throne. I felt that in my bones. No Xenos bioscans. Mission successful, Thomas. Return to the battle patch.
Storm Shield variant. That's a pretty cool one. Well, I can go ahead and prestige. I should do easier missions for a bit. Because now I have no perks. Let's see if I do. I should be able to handle average. I should be able to handle it. Let's get a look at that. No, I guess the helmets are a little different. You can get close, but the signature Grey Knight helmet is not available in the game. Pretty easy to recreate, though.
Your mission is to use the stored Promethium in the refinery to destroy the enemy swarm. The Cadians were tasked with providing assistance, but we have since lost contact. First, proceed to the Cadian outpost and establish their fate. You must then infiltrate the refinery and complete demolitions deployment. Trigger detonation only when the main swarm has entered the plaza zone. Captain Akaram will coordinate our efforts over Vox.
There is sure to be an ambush. I will take point.
Crush the ravenous brood. the Imperium provides. This shall please the Master of the Cultus. Administering stims. Fresh cartridge.
Okay, in about 18 minutes. Let's see if I finish this operation first.
Camp gate ahead. Looks deserted.
Captain Acheron, no sign of life at the Astra Militarum camp. Human life, anyway.
Talassa, you need to acquire the Astra Militarum demolition codes required to deploy and arm their ordnance. Source one from any soldier you see, alive or otherwise.
Most of the equipment has been shambles. Try searching the works.
soldiers around here, probably.
Here's the codes, not what we are looking for. Let us hope the Tyranids did not eat our demolition codes. Nothing spotted. This looks promising.
Captain, we are ready to get the demolition started. Proceed to the Prometheum refinery and complete the demolition preparations.
Our banner awaits unfurled. Tyranids hit hard. Astartes hit harder. Objective on the other side. Our way is clear. Amelio line cloak active. Incoming spore mine! All this unprocessed promethium shall look at that will be seen from the sky. Tend to my wounds, lest it cost us our mission. Your feet! This galaxy bears no appreciated, brother. Readying next volley. Waste nothing, brothers. Resources acquired. More grenades here. Where shall I plant this flag? Precisely what we need.
The Cadians are running out of time. How close are you to the Prometheum facility?
We have reached the objective.
You are making good time. We are going to need it.
Stims located. My thanks. Furnace pattern melter charge. Impressive.
Use the cords to prime the bomb and finish its deployment into the crude Prometheum well. Cautiously, if you know what is good for you.
Medical war gear here. Melter charge prime. Deploying now.
Rites of activation have been observed. The generators hum in the machine god's name. Crane sequencing initialized. Delivering payload.
Swarm moving on generator 1.
Overcrowding alerted Generator 1. Unauthorized personnel. Observe your duties.
G-Red 71 said hey
Hey, Red.
X-axis aligned. Running on Desir's will.
Precise operation. We will have the
Hostiles heading
No, Bryn should be joining in about 9 minutes.
Generator 3 is discharging the regular current. Eliminates these unholy fluctuations. Together we can secure that generator once more. Y-axis aligned. Margin of error 0.008. Presently beyond Desir's divine precision. Incarnation of this thing calibrate my skills. Potential heretical sabotage of Generator 2. Secure immediately.
Fresh magazine. Fresh munitions.
Demolition deployment sequence unloaded. Nanolayers logged under the Omnissiah's functional use. There is an observation platform overlooking the cryptomedium fields. It will make a good vantage for your ambush.
Back, ready to deploy.
I am gravely injured, brothers.
Resupply. Reload.
Sustained heavy damage.
Oh, what's good, Fluff?
Hey there, Grin.
Oh, happy holidays, my dude. Oh, my back. Oh.
Yep. Happy holidays.
How was your stream, buddy?
It's been going pretty good so far.
What you been up to? I see this is Warhammer, or Space Marines, forgive me.
No, I mean, it's Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2, so
Yeah.
if you want to say the full thing. Yep.
Yeah.
I just
This looks hella bloody.
Yep, just prestiged my Bulwark class, which is what I'm currently playing.
Yeah, well, so wait, how does this, what kind of classes are there? You said your Bulwark?
So the Bulwark is the one with the shield. Tanky has a banner that protects allies and other effects when I level it up.
Yeah.
Yep. And then there's the Tactical, which is kind of a standard equipped with like kind of the basic stuff, but has like a scanning pulse that weakens enemies caught within it. There's I think he's a Tactical. Or Vanguard.
Okay, so it's kind of following the same kind of vibe of like there's a tank, there's a DPS, and I imagine they do various different things. It looks like they're kind of restricted slightly though.
A little bit.
Because it's Warhammer, and yeah, they have to fall under the big fucking tanker kind of guys.
Yeah, so they're all different types of Space Marines. There's some more lightly armored, being the Sniper and Vanguard, and then there's the Heavy, which has the heaviest armor type, and it specializes with like heavy guns. The Bulwark that I'm playing as is a tanky melee focused.
Melee seems sick.
Doesn't get a primary weapon normally outside of a specific mod that allows more loadout flexibility.
Yeah, it's really cool. You got like a shield, and you got a gun in your offhand, and then an axe. It looks really cool.
Yep. And so
also, each game looks visually really nice. I didn't expect that.
This is from the same devs that did the World War Z game. So they have tech that allows for just mass swarms, you can just see there. Technically, those are all rendered.
Yeah. I remember I seen stuff from Z. That was one of the games I was surprised. Like, it's one of those things where, like, when you see an IP be used in a game, and you're like, I don't know if this really fits a video game, like the Z thing. I think people are also fatigued on zombies, but holy shit, does it ever feel like you can give anyone who knows how to do anything Warhammer, and they can make some cool ass shit. You know what I mean?
So they did a good job.
Someone like,
and they've already confirmed Space Marine 3 is in the works.
Oh wow, so it's still that good. Dang, nice.
Yep.
That's really awesome. I remember this came out at a time where I was like, dang, I don't have time to play it, which is most games, but god damn, it does look cool.
Yeah. So each of the currently 6 classes, but then you can only have 3 at a time.
Okay. 3, like you can only have 3 at a time. Like 3 people can pick.
So it's
like
squads of 3, and you can't overlap normally.
Oh, that's annoying. What if you wanted to play a thing and your buddy wanted to have the same playstyle? I don't know why that's necessary. What's the reasoning for that?
For how the game works, technically you're playing specific characters. Each of them has a name.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And
lore and stuff.
And so they're named characters.
Main swarm sighted. We await your signal, Captain.
I love that. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if it's suspending disbelief is that crazy for that, you know? Maybe I don't know. Maybe people who are like really into Warhammer lore would be like, nah, they crucify the people who didn't, abide by this person being in this kind of category of Centurion or whatever the heck these things are called, Space Marines.
There is a pretty big overhaul mod called Astartes, which is another name for the Space Marines, that allows you to play as many of us overlap as you want, plus it adds a couple new classes that aren't in the game normally. So it has the Apothecary, which is like a combat medic. It has the Chaplain, which is a kind of commanding priest kind of character that does some pretty powerful stuff. And I think they even have Terminators, which are like the really heavy, like walking tank nearly type of Space Marines.
I was gonna say, I feel like there's got to be many tank variants in the Space Marine thing. You can't not go like, they're all kind of tank adjacent. But yeah, again, seeing you hack away stuff is crazy. There's so much stuff happening on screen. But I was gonna say, what was your week like?
It was pretty good so far.
What would you get up to?
The last couple streams since your last one was I played through Spirit of the North, which is a, kind of like Journey, and how it was this like really beautiful exploration game. It's kind of like that, the first one at least.
That's good, cool. Yeah. That sounds good. Journey, yeah.
So you play as a fox and try to like purge this corruption from this mountain as
Okay,
you
yeah, I think I've seen
find
something
this
about-
other
okay,
little
okay, yeah.
fox spirit and help it out, and pretty much
Yeah.
the end of it. It's a like maybe 4-hour game at most.
Yeah. But still, like, meaningful soundtrack, probably amazing, stuff like
Yeah,
that.
really pretty game, really fun. I got all achievements in one go.
Yeah, see, that's the game I think that makes the most sense for like doing. It's hard. Well, there's streams. There's like streams that are easy to stream. You know, games like this. I think that like you should put on yourself on autopilot mode and slash stuff. Or like Destiny is also a great example of like a good
Or just
easy
like
stream game. I think.
chill, cozy games like that.
Yeah. But no, that's the other thing I was gonna say. So like I think there's two versions. One is like this game is just easy to stream, but then there's other games which is like this is an experience I kind of want to archive. Like it's so unique and so pretty. Like kind of like Dispatch is kind of that.
Yep.
Except not so pretty.
So that's kind of what I
But
did.
then I can see that. Yeah.
I just like in case if it had multiple, I made a playlist, but then it's like, oh well, it's a one and done. But I went ahead and gave its sequel a try that released this year, and it's definitely different. Instead of being more journey-like, it's now instead of like an open-world exploration game that almost like I jokingly call it a Souls-like. Because you can die, and you have like this like spirit essence currency that you have to go and get back. But it pretty much takes place like almost immediately after the first game, where the two fox spirits kind of are flying around in the sky together, and then they like collide, and a new one is created, and that's the one you play as. In the sequel.
So you got, is it co-op?
No, but
okay.
It's a pretty cute exploration game. Like, there's a dedicated button just to bark. So, of course, you just make little fox noises.
Kind of
yeah. But
I was gonna say, have you played? Because you play a lot of these indie games. I was just gonna ask. You play a lot of these indie games, kind of thing. Is there anything that has ever come close? Because to me, like, I still feel like Limbo is like one of the undisputed goats as far as that, and then the other Limbo adjacent game, which is like Inside or Parasite or whatever it's called.
Inside would be it's the sequel from that dev.
Yeah, is there any game that has kind of like gotten to that level? Like, I also think Journey or Ori and the Blind Forest, all those things. Is there anyone that's come out recently that you like have played and thought, actually, this one is kind of on those other levels? Because I feel like I haven't seen any that was quite like that.
I would say it kind of depends on like what you're into. For me, I really like Spirit of the North. It's definitely a little janky because it's like a smaller budget game. The sequel is also a little janky, but it's beautiful. Both of them were. And I was just impressed that there's like a bunch of like secrets and explorations. Apparently every Saturday there's like a special wandering trader that has like unique like cosmetics and things you can get. So I'll have to play/stream it at some point on one of these Saturdays coming up.
That's a great point. Yeah, Red says Little Nightmares. Little Nightmares, I think, is that. But I haven't played. Did you watch the third one? I haven't watched the third one. Like what the story is after.
I saw Jacksepticeye play through it. It's not that good, apparently.
Oh wow.
Because it's not the original devs. They went on to make Reanimal, which is closer to their previous two games.
Okay.
So I've heard Reanimal's pretty good. But sadly, it's like mostly just a promoting because it's the name of the game. It's Little Nightmares 3, but it's like it's an okay story. There's not much replayability. It's pretty short. It's expensive for how short it is.
Well, yeah, to me, like, that was the thing. Like, oh man, we could talk about Little Nightmares for a long time. But I was gonna say, to me, like, the Calcify, I was thinking, Little Nightmares is one of those things where, like, the first game was really cool because you just see, like, the ending to me, I think, makes the game where you're like, holy shit, that's fucking sick. Like, this tiny little girl basically devours the world. Sorry for spoilers. I'm probably spoiling some of it.
I've seen it.
Yeah. But she basically devours this whole ship of, like, monsters. You're like, damn, little fucking tiny thing. And it's like, oh, little makes so much sense.
She is the Little Nightmare.
Sorry. Yeah, but then they fuck you up badly in the sequel, which I wasn't expecting. When like and basically it's like this nice kid who's like paper bag boy, who's like helping this girl, and she fucking betrays him. And I was hoping that in the third game they would explain why she decides fuck you, bitch, and then the kid, and also the whole time like the evil entity is actually trying to save the kid the whole time, save his previous self. So that's like really cool storytelling to me, at least. And it's not even exactly like kind or happy, which normally I'm a sucker for like wholesome sweetness, but that was just just so interesting. I was hoping in the third game, that's why I asked. In the third game, did they answer any of those questions about like why did the girl betray him, or what was she going through?
Even related, from what I've seen. It's 2 new characters called like Lone. No, was it Lone?
Oh,
no, I can't remember his. No, he's like, I forget if it's like Alone or something, but it's a different story. It's essentially a boy and his imaginary friend as he's like caught in a dream world, and then he gets out, but the imaginary friend can't come with him at the end. Is how they end up.
Depressing as hell.
Yeah.
There's like an analogy for like adolescence, like having to grow up or something like that.
Kinda, yeah.
Well, man, that sounds not fun and depressing at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So wait, you played some games, you grinded some stuff. Anything happen in your personal life, or you're getting your folks getting settled for the holiday, whatever that may be, celebrating wise?
Yeah, I mean we're prepping for Christmas for the most part. I think my dad's PC had like the GPU failed or something, so he had to wait to get it replaced. So we helped that out. So also yesterday I tried out Arc Raiders for the first time. And it was pretty fun.
I like it.
I was fortunate since I was playing solo for the most part. Didn't really have many aggressive players. And the few times I did, they would kill me like in extraction, so I didn't lose anything.
Okay, that's nice of them.
So for the most part, it was good. I think I only died a couple times where it was like the AI, the arcs, the robot enemies ended up getting me downed when I wasn't prepared for it, or like there's like another player, I was like just like, hey, and I passed by him, and then there's a big like rocket shooting flying drone outside. I was like, uh-oh, and that killed me, and I was like, oh well.
It's funny you say that, because like to me, I was thinking about this the other day, because I was thinking, man, like when I grew up, like when I watched like when I see any sort of Tarkov clips, there are people that like only play extraction shooters just to eviscerate people mentally, like just to like to make them like suck all the fun of the experience, like wait at spawn, snipe them in the head. They don't even care about the loot, like they don't even care about extracting. It's just about like how much can I destroy these people's effort as much as possible. And then ever since Arc Raiders and a bunch of these other games, I feel like there's been a huge resurgence of people being like anti that, like basically people just being like, yeah, just leave me alone.
And I think part of it is that there's the game has like a quest system, so a lot of people feel encouraged to just do the quests, and so they're like searching for a very specific item. So like during one of the runs I had, another player was like, hey, do you have a dog collar by chance? And I was like, no, I didn't find any, sorry. Because it was like the first item you need to train your little this little rooster called Scrappy, but he helps like collect extra materials for you between runs. So that's like to upgrade your stuff to have more like facilities and workstations there. So I was like, I felt bad because I didn't find one so I was like, nope, didn't find it. I ended up reconvening with him as we were all extracting. He was like, did you find a dog collar? I was like, nope, sorry, didn't find one. Lo and behold, afterwards I ended up finding like up to 2. So what I'm planning on doing is putting that into my safe pocket, because if you go down, whatever's in the safe pocket doesn't get lost.
You're a special kind of person, Cat. Not Cat. You're a special kind of person, Fluff. Oh, you're thinking like, oh damn, I feel bad that I couldn't help this random stranger.
So what I'm planning on doing is like carrying it and be like, hey, if anyone needs a dog collar, I have spares.
Be a good guy about it. Yeah.
Because I know
I find it's
how much of a pain it is to find it otherwise.
Oh no, for sure. And also, I think that's just like again, it's one of those things where like you're a force for good in that environment, which I feel like a lot of people are.
And then if I'm gonna trade, I'm be like, hey, if you happen to have any lemons, I could use one, because I need that for the next upgrade.
It's funny because like I think about the game Lone's playing, which is Death. The Inferno, sorry, not Death, first Inferno, and Lone has said the same thing. He said like I've fought like two times with people that were trying to grief me. That's it. And I've been playing for like hours. I'm like, wow. So it must be just that now, you know? And I don't know if it's like, I don't want to get too philosophical, so to speak, but I wonder if it's like our world is becoming so much more don't know what the word is, tension based. Like it seems like it's pretty shitty, and people are in like kind of in a haze. So I wonder when you go to games that are like meant to show you the worst part about humanity, like they're like literally saying like, hey, you can be a bad person and you kind of get nothing, no punishment happens here. And people are choosing to be like, nah, I do it that outside of this is more than enough. I kind of just want to be a good person here. Like, we need something. We need something else.
So as I'm showing here on screen, these are the different classes. So tacticals, you're kind of like standard soldier, has access to all the 3 weapon slots. So you have your primary, secondaries, and melee. They also get like some of the most guns possible. So they have like the standard bolt rifle. Well, let's see, auto bolt rifle, standard bolt rifle, heavy. Stalker.
Is there a hard bet in this game?
It's mostly a PvE game, so it's kind of just per class and per build as you go through it.
Just like the reason why I asked is because like that one more tick to the right, that a gun like one more tick to the right, like it's something I've seen in like other Warhammer paraphernalia type stuff, and that gun fucks people up. That one that you just crossed.
This one, the plasma gun.
No, the other one tick back. It's like it looks like a blue plasma.
So this one here. So the plasma incinerator. So this one.
That one I see fuck shit up.
So generally, the plasma guns are like heavy charge up, big AOE, big damage.
Oh, okay.
But they're also like not necessarily most ammo efficient. They're personally my favorite to use. I love the plasma guns in this series. The Melta guns are like take a instead of it being a flamethrower, which is the flamer or the pyre blaster. The Meltas are like superheated shock waves, so it's essentially a shotgun, but it just melts people because it's just like imagine like I don't know 1,000-degree heat wave just blasts you. And then more recently they actually added the pyre blaster to actually be a usable gun, which is cool.
Okay.
But yeah, the tactical gets most of the primary guns, a fair bit of the side arms. So they have bolt pistols, heavy bolt pistols, which are kind of more of like a Magnum style pistol. And then, of course, a plasma pistol, which is usually my favorite. And then various melee types. I'm so happy that they gave tactical his knife back because in the previous Space Marine, that was the melee weapon the tacticals had, and then when they launched Space Marine 2, all they had was the chainsword. Now, the chainsword's awesome, but the tactical felt the most fitting to have the knife. It was just like, you're more of a gun focus, so then you just have this tactical combat knife ready to go.
Yeah, what I bring to it is that amazing like YouTube short that was like, I think it was just made by a fan, but like he had like a plasma gun and then he had like a badass knife that he just was fucking people up with. So I also
with like the various DLCs, they have like all sorts of different appearances. So this one's specific to like the White Scars, which are very heavily like Mongolian mounted combat theme. So I can also show you if I go to armor. So they have like the standard armor, and by default you're like a ultramarine faction with like various like ways to customize. But then over time they've been releasing champion packs, so they have like, this is one of the Imperial Fists.
You color them differently?
You can, but these ones in particular are preset appearances. But then if you do your custom armor, you can actually now use most of the parts from a given
that's huge.
Champion, which is cool. So it's a nice quality of life. But this is one of the.
I'm not sure if I like the coloration of all of them, but that one was pretty cool. But so
So this
one looks like Sparta.
Well, and that's part of it. So like a lot of the Ultramarines are very Greco-Roman inspired. So expect a lot of like Greek and Roman themed designs.
What's that one at the bottom? I want to see that one at the bottom.
And then this one's one of the Blood Angel champions. So they're a little more gothic themed. They are practically they're practically vampires is like their theme. Like each main chapter has a gene seed that has like some mutation to it. So they are Right, yeah. So they're kind of vampires, but they're also like berserkers. So they have
Got it.
this kind of two-pronged effect where they have like the red thirst, which is they're essentially being like bloodthirsty, and then the black rage.
They actually drink blood?
I don't know because I don't.
Okay.
Well, I haven't learned all that much, so it's more of a surface level thing. But then they have the black rage, which is essentially they relive the death of their Primarch at the hands of like a chaos agent, and they just turn into these like bloodthirsty berserk enemies that, or they just go crazy and essentially like rampage.
Okay, so I imagine it's like to them their monarch or whatever you just said. So it sounds like they're like their god or they're like main
Each
president,
of them,
whatever
like,
you want to say.
The Primarchs were essentially the more direct descendants of the Emperor, and so each one led the original 12 or 14. I don't remember the exact number. There's some that are redacted, like you don't talk about them.
Gotcha.
And about half of them have turned into Chaos Marines. So around half of them, or a chunk of them, fell to Chaos, and you can technically play them, but it's in the PvP mode only.
Got it, okay.
So this is like a pretty cool design. This is for the Blood Angels.
That's awesome. I don't know if I like the human face, but I like everything else. Like the wings
and
the
then
crown,
so once you have that DLC, you can do like a custom armor and like really change it up for your own design.
What's the pricing on the DLC? Are they brutal?
Well, they're essentially like season passes, so they're a little pricey, but they're not too bad. Like if you choose to get the year 1 and year 2, you can also get them decently discounted.
It's like usually like the season pass to me, I feel like are pretty chill because it's usually like an abundance of all this other shit. So it's not just one skin. It's like you're also getting XP, you're also getting different guns, you're also whatever. It is,
and then part of it is like once you've unlocked, or even if you've bought DLC, you still have to play the game to unlock it. So they have like the initial launch. They had a bunch of the initial founding. So each of these are the original. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
I would
8,
love that
9, 10
if it was
of them.
Not. Sorry, I was gonna say, as an older person, I'm not sure you feel the same way. As a kid, I'd be like, "That's so cool, you gotta earn it." And as an adult who has no time, I'm like, why do I have to? Can we just get me? Can we increase the process, please?
But because, some of it is immediately unlocked, and some of it is you have to then unlock the ability to customize your own. So that's where it's like, if you get the champion packs, or each one that has like a champion pack, you could be like, well, I could just look like this until I can unlock the ability to customize. So that's where, for example, here there's like all sorts of unlockable helmets, and then it marks if it's DLC. I of course have the Space Wolves helmet, which is one of my favorite chapters. So it's this wolf one. They have stuff for all the other ones. So they have like the white scars. So I can show you if I go to, is it the Assault? Yeah, the Assault has their champion is the white scars. So the Assault is the ones with the jetpacks.
They're different armor. Is there any crossover armor?
Do you mean from like a different series or just?
No, like I'm saying, like the armor. Like it seems like you were saying, like I have to go to this other build or this other like person to show you this armor. So is the armor like
there's
segmented?
3 main like weight classes of armor. So for tactical, assault, bulwark, they all have the kind of medium armor. The Vanguard and the Sniper has light, and then the Heavy has the heaviest. So it's like the big backpack and the big.
Let me see the Heavy.
Yeah, so this is the Heavy. And
it doesn't look as heavy. Just that backpack is doing a lot of work.
Yeah, but it's like a little bulkier. And then the chest piece and
less
the
gaps
big
in the armor.
So far the only champion they have is the Ultramarine champion, which is what the game launched with. But still pretty cool. It's interesting. The green trim. So as a result, they don't have as much choices, but like most helmets are shared. So I can go around with the Space Wolves helmet. I can go around with plenty of the other ones that at least don't have like clipping issues for the most part. Thanks to the Dark Angels, there's even a hood that is outside of just being a bulwark, because some of them have exclusive headgear
pretty cool.
choices. So they even have like the classic, what they call like the angry face Space Marine. So before they did a revamp.
One of them.
And then they have the Corvus, which is a fan favorite for a lot of people, is the beaky helmet. So it has like a bird beak kind of shape.
Yeah.
And yeah, some of them have like additional tech. But the heavy is known for heavy weapons, so you have you don't get melee, and instead you just kind of bash or punch. But they get all the heaviest gear.
You think a heavy would? Yeah, you think the heavy would get something?
The heavy bolt
Let's get
rifle,
big-ass weapon.
I think, got proliferated where the tactical also gets access to this, so they both share. At some point, one or the other got this as well, but then they have like they have the proper heavy bolter, they have the heavy plasma incinerator, they have the multi-melta, so it's a twin barrel, and they also get a bigger version of the Pyre Blaster called the Pyre Cannon. It looks like it has 2 barrels as well. They like to double up on whatever they have, essentially.
Yeah. Not waste resources, makes sense.
And then they also get access to a few other pistols, so they have like the standard 3 that a lot of them have, but they also get
like shotguns.
but they get the Inferno pistol, which is essentially a handheld Melta, which is that like heat blast gun.
Yeah.
Of course, I have my like favored is the incinerator plasma gun choice. So they're pretty fun. Each one has a unique ability. So the heavies have Iron Halo, which is that thing on their backpack that you see there. It creates a frontal barrier that pretty much makes you immune to range damage, and generally both the sniper and heavy are kind of backline, but you can go a little more forward and use your shield, and then your allies can shoot through it, but then of course you're protected from the front. So it's great for like blocking off ranged damage, but you're definitely more of like kind of a tanky artillery, whereas like the snipers, of course, stealthy, ranged, one shot, one kill style. So for the snipers, let's see, I think they've only done one.
Sniper has a cool look.
They've only done one champion so far, but it's the Salamanders, which for a lot of people ends up being a favorite because they're like the most.
His face is exposed.
Yeah, so you can see he has like his dark kind of charcoal gray skin and red glowy eyes, and so that's just like part of the light armor. And so because he's
it also looks kind of yucky with the green. I'm still listening for that. I just guys watching Bauer. I was still listening. I got my headphones on.
Yeah. So the Salamanders are generally green armor, a lot of fire. They're known for being like the ones that have the flamers and all that. So it's a bit weird that they ended up choosing them as the sniper for the game, because a lot of people aren't happy about that. But they've since added more Salamander cosmetics, so you can make a proper Salamander like flame units and stuff. But they hail from I forget the name of the planet. I think their Primarch is called Vulcan, but it's pretty much just like volcanic planet, and they are really big. They're some of the largest, naturally, some of the largest space marine in appearance. They're pretty much have this charcoal black skin, red glowing eyes, and they're like renowned for being like amazing blacksmiths. But one of the key things is, whereas most other space marines don't necessarily care for the like smaller humans of the Imperium, the Salamanders will go out of their way to protect them. Like they will just make sure to protect them. But like as the inverse, if there's an enemy alien, a Xenos, they just like go full like tunnel vision to destroy them. So they're amazingly loyal and protective of fellow humans, anyone under the Imperium. But the moment they see an alien, they're like hyper racist.
You gotta put some of the bad somewhere. You can't just be in this world. It can't be solely good.
But so it is a little strange that they made them the sniper out of all the classes. Like, all people were expecting the heavy, but technically you can make a salamander out of anything, and they still look cool. They, apparently the main reason they chose the sniper is so that they can get this cool like reptilian skin cloak, which looks pretty neat.
It looks really cool.
And since you can customize your characters in any ways, I did a Princess Space Wolf with a reptilian cloak.
Oh, is that what the green one is? Okay. Oh no, I saw. Yeah, so I say I like yours much better because the green's too heavy to me. Green is so bright.
Yeah,
but yeah, I like the gold and blue.
For mine, I've done like custom armor designs, and I recently changed it because
like a foxtail. Yeah.
I recently got access to like a lot of the Space Wolves content. So like the light armor has like a full Space Wolves armor set available, whereas it's a little less on the other heavier armor types. But in addition to that, I also have a shared initially I had to print recreate it manually, but now there's a shared system to have your color schemes that you want. So you can have like everyone looking like a unlocked patterns. There's all sorts of different chapters and sub-factions of the Space Marines, so they're all official designs. But
I like that black one. Ooh, that black one look clean to me.
Let's see.
Red too, I see that. Some copper.
Yeah, and so there's all sorts of fun ways to customize.
Gold.
So for mine, I kind of created my own unique theme that I'm still kind of debating what to call it, but let's see if I do
so many games.
Yeah, if I just do like one of these kind of designs, you can kind of see what I went for. I had fun doing this kind of like solar eclipse emblem on the shoulder pad. So it's like a big black sun with or I guess maybe a moon, and then it's just got this kind of halo of light around the shoulder. But then I had fun with it where they let me do this half and half, so it's split down the middle. So I did this kind of, I recently re-unlocked because they changed one of the colors because it was inaccurate to what it was supposed to be. They eventually brought back the color scheme that I had. So it's this kind of like ivory gold color, and then this like kind of more of a midnight blue, and I like this kind of contrast of having like light and dark.
Could you click that green one? The DLC, the green one? I just want to see what that is.
Yeah, so this one is the Dark Angels champion. So they're very kind of gothic knight themed.
Oh, especially if you change the color scheme, that's gonna look clean.
So yeah, you can more or less recreate this in a custom armor set now because they allow you to utilize the champion's parts. There's also the Black Templar, which are also very kind of gothic, but also more Crusader themed, as is the Templar Knights.
That reminds me of Vermintide a lot.
Yeah, so they have a little more of a Vermintide kind of tone to them. They're a little more classic Iron Knight kind of look. There's a bunch of other ones. There's still more that's coming. Some of the other ones that I really like, faction-wise, if I switch back to... Let me go to a tactical, because they're a little cleaner. Less stuff covering it. So upcoming soon, in the next couple updates, is a cosmetic pack dedicated to the Carcharodons, which are a lesser known, otherwise known as the space sharks, which I think is really cool, but I'm excited for it because that should mean we get some Carcharodon specific helmet designs, so you get like these space marines, but they have like shark fins and teeth and other things like that, which look really cool. But they're interestingly, they are like some of the other ones, they are Navy focused.
Is that due to, so like as a person who knows nothing about the Space Marines and stuff like that, is a lot of that stuff due to like the rampant like value of figurines and like the figures and stuff like that? Because like what is the reason for having like a version of the Space Marines that's like sharkified?
So it's partially that they have it where they've created a whole bunch of lore, as I showed you in like the heraldry screen. This is the main factions. These 10 are these original founding, for the most part, aside from Black Templars, I guess, are second founding. They branch off from the Imperial Fist. The rest of them were the first 9 Space Marine legions created under the Emperor, under the Imperium.
Okay.
And then second founding is like a second wave. A handful of them branched off to become Chaos Marines. So they have the Alpha Legion, the Black Legion,
Okay,
Iron
yeah.
Warriors, Death Guard, World Eaters, and Night Lords. Some of them changed their names. Some of them used to be called like the same thing. I think the Iron Warriors maybe were called something different before. Death Guard, and each one kind of represents different a different Chaos Lords. So Alpha Legion, I think, is one of the ones at Tzeentch, as you learned about before. I think Iron Warriors and World Eaters. No, I think Iron Warriors is Khorne. I think same with World Eaters. It's kind of hard to remember. I know the Death Guard are Nurgle, so they're like decay themed.
Sure, yeah. I was just gonna say, because for me, like, as a person who doesn't know nothing about Warhammer, any of those, to me, it's funny because I always think of things through story, and like when I'm listening to all these names, like the Cursed or the Blighted or the Nurgle and all these things, to me it definitely sounds like, because like I think the whole point of Warhammer is that it's open source to some capacity, right? Like people, the whole community basically can contribute to this thing.
So for the most part, there's all the official canon, which most of this is official canon. Aside from like these are called the, what do they call this category? The unknown
foundings. Is it like
foundings.
the main plot of Star Wars, but if Star Wars said like, oh yeah, but you can tell whatever story you want in our world. Is that
so
what
for
it
the
is?
most part, most of these are official, or they've been created for a game, like the
What does official mean?
So official is like created by Games Workshop themselves, or
okay, so that's what I'm like, is there a person like Lucasfilms who's like making all the, because I wonder what is the person who's like the front line. I'm saying this because I also wonder what is.
So the creators of it is a company called Games Workshop. They make the Warhammer games. They've done, they initially made them as tabletop, but they've since like had various writers make a ton of different books. Almost every game has to stay within like a specific design philosophy. So Space Marines have to look a certain way, Orcs have to look a certain way, all the different factions have to look a very specific way. Cosmetics generally have to stay within the boundaries of what they allow, including color schemes generally have to stay. Like if I go into a coloring of my character, let's see if it lets me.
Is the fantasy element the same?
For the most part, yes, but it's also got a lot more variety. Yeah. They have tons more factions in fantasy, whereas there's a little more condensed of like, there's Space Marines and Chaos Space Marines. There's the Tau and the Eldar. There's the Dark Eldar and the Orcs. And the Tyranid, and that's about it. There's not much. Oh, well, they eventually branched off a former sub-faction of the Imperium. They left, and they are known as the Squats, which are space dwarves, and they now have formed the Leagues of Votann, which are, they're essentially like hyper-capitalist, but also their version of Valhalla is AI, and they pretty much follow the orders and commands of their AI, which are the Votann. And
I mean,
when they die, they have their memories uploaded to be forever preserved, and I think they live near the galactic core, if I recall.
I was gonna say, if we could pause on that for a little bit, that's a really interesting philosophy question. A little bit, Fluff. Would you be into that? So like, if let's say there's a person who basically says, hey, would you be interested in basically like uploading your consciousness to a specific type of thing, and you get to experience what we would define as paradise for you? Would you be game?
I would say, like, if you really want to consider it, you play or watch a playthrough of Soma and understand how that behaves. Where when your memory is uploaded, for how they handle it in Soma, it is a copy of your memories up to that point, up to the point of being copied, and your consciousness doesn't follow. You're still you, but now a copy of everything that's led up to this point is now uploaded to either the cloud, uploaded to essentially the digital afterlife uploaded to another body, and you could potentially have two of you.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
then that the moment that's copied, everything else that happens afterwards splits.
Oh.
And then
So wait, you still out and about?
So
Did it kill
potentially,
you?
well, for how it worked in the story of Soma, the character that you play as, I think, had a form of cancer, and he was going in to get what he assumed was treatment, but essentially got his memory copied, and his consciousness transferred over to when he finally reawakened for who you were playing as. You are now uploaded into this machine.
Okay.
In the future, where there's like an apocalypse happened, and you're trying to essentially find and launch this digital ark to survive. However,
That's crazy. That's deep as hell story.
it's a very heavily existential crisis story. So it's like, would I want to have myself live forever? Sure. But under the context of this, if it followed the same limitations, my consciousness wouldn't actually transfer over. I would still be me. A copy of myself gets to live on. So it's essentially, it's like,
it's
do you
tough,
want a
'cause, like, for me,
legacy of your experiences to potentially live on perpetually? Sure. But
like, how do we know
would
that we're
I
not-
live forever?
we're
No.
conscious?
Unless if there's some way to have our consciousness follow through. We don't really know.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting kind of lost in the sauce a little bit about the consciousness thing, but like, to me, it sounds like a question of like, if you were essentially taken into this weird, digital realm, etc. Like, to me, I guess the question that pops in my head is like, well, how can you be sure that like the version of you that's in the computer is not conscious or can continue to make memories? I don't understand the bottleneck, basically.
Well, so how it was is that essentially the aspect of the game, it's a bit strange because they have it where sometimes your consciousness transfers, other times it doesn't, but essentially it's being copied. So you practically clone yourself. The debuff is unless if the previous version that you just copied from is killed, there's now two of you, and then that causes.
What's the problem with that?
Well, a lot of people freak out when it comes to like existentialism. That's like, well, which one's the real me now? And so you have to. It depends on who you are.
No, I know. I'm just saying for me, and I'm curious, like, if like, are you one of those people? Because I ask genuinely, like, I'm like, who cares if you're the original? Like, can I experience happiness? Yes. Do I have my memories? Yes. Are they mine? Who cares? What am I do moving forward? You know what I mean? Like, so like that's my mentality. But I'm curious if you are maybe the person who's like, well, no, I would care if I'm
it really
original.
does depend on like what is your situation you're going through. In the case of how Soma tells it, you're playing a character that's pretty much on his deathbed, or like doesn't have much longer to live. You fortunately have your consciousness transferred along, so you get to live on in the new copy.
Yeah, an absolute win for you. Yeah.
But your original self in whatever year it had been is now gone.
Yeah.
And for you, until you get uploaded into a new thing to be conscious again, you're essentially just asleep. Just like you're knocked out for however long it takes, but the moment you're reactivated, it's like a split second where it's just black for a moment and you're back, even though it could be thousands of years later or whatever it may be.
What's the negative?
The negative is that how they end up telling the story is your consciousness doesn't always transfer. So you can make a copy of you and they'll continue on, and it is you up to that point, and then whatever you do afterwards may or may not continue on. So at a later point, you do have to copy yourself into a new body. Your consciousness transfers. The other one's still conscious. The other one's still alive. It's still you. You've just now made a copy of yourself. because it's not.
Okay.
It doesn't become a full transfer. It's a copy.
But isn't time passing? So like, wouldn't that body also die unless it's like saying it reduplicates? Like, it basically
So technically,
files
with the storyline, you are manning a machine. So technically, you don't die.
Oh.
However,
Okay.
part of the existentialism that the story is telling is, okay, you've copied over. The other one thinks it didn't work. The other one thinks, I'm still here. What happened? Why didn't I transfer?
Uh-huh.
And that, unfortunately, I'm going to end up spoiling it, but the game's been out for half a decade or longer. So apologies for those that want to check out Soma if you haven't already.
It's a million years old.
But you do succeed on launching the Ark. You also, while you're launching it, you're doing a copy of yourself into it.
Uh-huh.
But the transfer of your consciousness doesn't succeed. So your perspective, your character, is now stuck in this undersea station alone.
Okay.
And
What
like,
is there vagueness associated with that?
So what they end up doing is essentially, it seems like it failed. It's like you launched the Ark, but you didn't get to ride along with it. You didn't get to go into the afterlife, the digital paradise. So you're stuck there. The other copy of the AI person that's been accompanying you for this time had their consciousness uploaded as well, but they're just
that's
a machine.
To me, if I can interject a little bit, I was going to say, like, to me, it's very similar to a Black Mirror episode where basically, like, a company comes in and says, hey, we want to make this, like, basically the Google Assistant. And they basically get them to scan their, like, hand into this device. And they say, yeah, if you just do this, you'll basically be able to completely have, like, an assistant, like, tailor-made to you. But what they don't tell you is when they scan your hand, they're basically scanning your brainwave into an AI chip thing that basically uploads your whole consciousness into this, like, little tiny box.
So essentially, they just cloned you digitally.
Yeah, and it forces you to and basically they end up torturing this person in a crazy way where there's this conscious version of you in this tiny little white room, and they're like, let me out, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna give you like 10 years just until you start cooperating with, like, basically making it so that you're customizing your catering to your human self and not your AI self. And they basically do that for like 100 years, and eventually everyone breaks and they just get so like depressed, sad, and etc. that they're like, I'll do anything, just give me any stimulus.
And a lot of way that's kind of what happens in Soma.
That's why I wanted to break.
They're working on this thing. They want to. Most of them upload their consciousness, but it copies. It doesn't transfer. It copies. So they are still themselves, and they're forced to live in this like undersea facility that it's breaking down. People are going crazy. A lot of them form a like suicide pact and think that's how they will ascend. That's not how it works. That version of them, that consciousness of them stays there and they die. The digital version moves on and they get to be saved and they get to launch that. But at the end of the game, what happens is you launch it, but then you are still in the perspective of the character that you've been playing the whole time. And the AI companion person is also, I mean, she's not an AI, but she's only like a digital version of herself. She's only on like a little cartridge. He gets really upset that they didn't transfer, and he's like, he doesn't understand how the system works, that you don't always transfer your consciousness over. It's still he ends up successfully getting onto the Ark, but the version that you get to perceive didn't make it. So you perceive it as a failure. You get really upset. You like slam your fist down, and it breaks the computer that was housing your AI friend. So she like it crashes, and now you're alone because everyone else is dead. Everyone else has uploaded to a machine that was getting into this weird, like, alongside everything that was happening, there's this, like, a supercomputer thing that's been learning, but it's also been, like, learning to eliminate problems. So it started seeing people like as problems and started killing them and taking them over and turning them into monsters and things. So you end up like you perceive it as you're just you didn't successfully escape. You're not in the digital Valhalla. You're alone because the only person that was the closest thing you had to a friend is now gone because the machine crashed, and you're just stuck. There's nothing there. The rest of the Earth is screwed at this point because it was essentially an apocalypse happened where it, like, scorched the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
So that's like the existentialism there. Then they like roll the credits a bit, and then they're like, oh, by the way, he also did successfully get into Valhalla. It's just a separate copy.
So I get the story. It's a really mind twister. But I was going to ask you this. So, like, if you were in a similar position, not exactly like the game because that's too easy, but the idea that basically, let's start making the question easy at first. Say you have like a terminal illness, and then maybe in the future we have like a massive expedition thing with AI where basically it says, hey, we can upload your consciousness to this, like, this paradise type thing. Would you do it? Is my question to you.
If I transferred over, yes. If it was so if I don't transfer over,
it's the same premise as Soma.
So I would say that if I understood, like, because I comprehend it better than the protagonist of that game does. If I understood that I won't be transferring over, but my essential perpetual legacy of myself persists, survives, I'll do it. Like, if there's no harm to come to me that I'm already on my deathbed, there's no reason not to.
Okay, let's change it slightly because I want to make it a little bit harder. What if you are not on your deathbed?
Well, if there's no cost to myself, I don't see any reason not to. If it's just a copy of my consciousness and then it lives on, the only thing is like I would potentially want it to be all of my experience of my life. So I would almost prefer it to be as like one of my final moments, like, you know how you have like your last supper, your final meal.
Sure, yeah.
I would want that to include, okay, go ahead and upload myself. Now, I would potentially, it depends on how it is. If the copy of my experience is also that I'm as old as I am in that moment, so I would rather do it sooner, like in the prime of my life. So it does depend. Is there a way to modify it without damaging it? Then sure. And if there isn't a way, I would want it to find the perfect opportunity of, if it's just my consciousness, then it doesn't matter. I'd want it to be the full experience of my life to that point. If it isn't that, and I can modify it, then I'd want to have it be my prime of life. And if I've already passed the prime of my life, then that's unfortunately going to be a case there.
Sure, yeah. No, I was going to say, to me, the reason why I asked the question is I don't think it changes, basically. So, like, the question is basically a question of, like, heaven and self-love. Is like, if you could theoretically, it's almost like your son, or you could think of it in any capacity, like that your son, your mom, ideally you're supposed to love yourself. Ideally you're supposed to like want the best for yourself. So even if you're not able to experience like heaven, would you still basically allow whatever thing you want to associate with? Maybe it's just AI code, but maybe to you it's some kind of soul. Would you still be like, well, even though I can't experience it, I'm going to sit on Earth and rot, but you'll be at least able to experience something beautiful, something which they determine to be Valhalla, heaven, whatever it could be.
In a way, it's essentially like why, like for many people, motivation of why have children. And part of the reason is that you're putting some of yourself and your partner, hopefully, into the next generations. So your legacy lives on through them. Now, some people would rather be selfishly that I want my legacy to live on through me, thus a copy, that idea. So it kind of depends on how they view it. As if they can't have children, this is one option to work around it, is that, okay, I can have a digital legacy. If they can't have children, hopefully they do, and they continue on that way, but they could still want their digital legacy alongside it, right? If they want to live on that way. Versus
that's a really interesting question.
What like AI currently is doing is unfortunately not a digital legacy. It's people trying to replicate a previous person. So it gets uncanny, it gets creepy, it potentially feels...
It gets creepy at first because we don't know what it looks like yet. But I was just going to say, to round about that, you mentioned something really cool, which was a lot of times people have kids to kind of like basically, take the parts of themselves and bring it forward. And you mentioned selflessness, about like, it's selfish to kind of, only me. I have to be like zero. I have to be the person that like is this good. And a lot of people would be like, well, no, I have many things wrong with me. I would like this person I love deeply, which is my wife or whomever, to basically carry on. I want the good parts of them and me. That way we make something even better than I could be. But I was going to ask you this question when you said that. What, like, to me then, where does adoption line up in that? Because are you a believer of like basically your genetic code is what makes you, or are you a person that believes you could take an adopted kid and basically instill them in with the same greatness that you have? It's kind of like a nurture or
and in that regard, I would say adoption is kind of a weird in between of having your own kids versus the digital legacy, where neither so I would say adoption is in between, because you could still influence your adopted kids. You still get to teach them and may or may not successfully influence like their personality and like how they think about things, how they solve problems, if you teach them well, if you end up proving to be a good parent. Because for many, adoption is the only solution if they themselves have some medical reason they can't have kids. So I would say that unfortunately that's maybe why, if like they can't have kids but they can only adopt, that would be another influencing factor as to why they would want a digital legacy. Because it's like, well, I can't literally put myself into whatever I make next. Why not have it be done in a uploaded state as well?
Okay, well here's a kind of a mind thing that I'm thinking about when you're talking about all this. Give me a second, because I gotta kind of make sure I articulate this somewhat well. To me, it's really interesting because if you think about AI, like this idea that you're basically creating a copy of yourself, and you mentioned brilliantly about like how essentially it takes on all the experience at the minute that you hit upload. But then, as soon as you hit upload, it kind of pauses, and any experience that the AI has that is a copy of you, that is experienced within this AI realm, is basically changed. So like you could have two copies. Like say we take this exact experiment, we put our hand on an orb, and it says, hey, by the way, your copy is now in this world, this like simulation called Paradise, and at this point, it is going to start experiencing things that you have not experienced, and you're basically going to deviate. So then this begs the question, what is going to happen whether it comes to like, the question that everyone asks, which is like when it comes to child rearing, is it about like the base biology that they are born with or what you nurture them as? And to me, I think if you think about this conundrum, I think it actually hints way more into the experience that they end up having being the thing that ultimately shapes. Because I bet if you met the you that was in the simulations that got to experience a bunch of different shit than the you outside in that world, and you got to eventually touch base at the end when you're old and they're still young, I bet you'd be significantly different people. Maybe you're not. Maybe a person who believes like, no, your biology would be kind of the same.
It would be a case of like, if childbearing was copying yourself over, that would definitely be an interesting experience as well.
I hear a lot of parents say that's what it is.
Well, yeah, but in a lot of ways it isn't, because like they're going to have a lot of different experiences. So it does end up being a different sense of like experiencing what this copy of yourself, if you get to reunite with them later, would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's also like, well, then which one had the better life? And then like there's all this kind of like existentialism and all that sort of stuff where
for me. Like,
it gets weird and it gets like difficult to comprehend
I don't understand.
or cope with it.
Yeah, but like to me, like again, like if I put myself in that position, I find like I feel like it's like the AI, and then like everyone always associates AI with like Terminators, or like aliens with like you're getting your asshole diddled. Something like there's just like certain things within like culture that become synonymous because of like storytelling, because storytelling is super powerful. But like if I think about the whole like, okay, so let's say you have a clone of yourself, and like a lot of people make the immediate assumption of like existentialness, or like it's going to kill you, or you have to kill it. And I just feel like if you think about children, like in almost every way, they are literally a copy of you. And like the idea that you make this massive, like people often make this existential jump of like, oh my god, like are they going to replace me? And it's like maybe it's just because like 90% of all human beings have such horrible self-love that they're like as soon as when they see themselves, they're all like, here, I can help you. I can figure out how to make this make sense for you. I can support you until you get off your feet. Like, which is stuff that everybody says if you're a good parent to your kids, you know. But it's like, it's a clone. They're like, he's gotta die because only one can live. And I'm like, I just feel like that's a psychotic approach, you know. What do you think about all that?
Oh, my camera broke. I don't know what's going on.
Shit.
There it goes. It recovered.
Leg.
So I would say it's like it does depend. Like I would say for a lot of people, it depends on how do they handle the uncanny valley effect. Do they get weirded out when they see something that's like too realistic? Do they not care? Do they find it cool? Do they find it fascinating? Do they have enough or too little vanity where they do love or not love themselves? If there's someone that like doesn't like themselves all that much, then they're gonna end up being like, well, if I have a clone, like essentially a copy of myself, they're probably gonna hate themselves that much more, especially if that version of themselves somehow becomes more successful, somehow has a better life compared to them. Now there's others that would be happy that, hey, look, this version of me got to succeed where I didn't. Got to correct mistakes that I wish I could have. Sort of things like that as well. So it kind of depends on the person. There's a lot of people that have a lot of self-loathing. There's a lot of people that don't care.
What if you think about the clone's perspective? So like right now you're thinking from like the person who is the source. But what if the clone, let's say one of the parts, we don't even know who's the real one, ends up starts doing really well because they make choices in their life, because we all essentially have to make choices and all these things. But if at your core, like when you spawned it, you like loved it, you wanted it to do well, and you tried to do all that stuff. By that very nature, wouldn't also the clone want you to do well because it spawned from that same source block? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it depends on who the copy of the person is. Or like
at that
who
point in their life,
copied
which is
them.
really interesting. Yeah. Like, what if you were going through like a depressive episode, and then you copy yourself? Yeah, you're probably gonna be like, fuck this guy, I don't have. But if you start off with like the best intentions, I think you'd be pretty okay. And then also both these comics you laugh so much is that I'm the better me. Okay, you immediately start getting competitive with yourself, which is so funny.
And in that regard, it kind of reminds me of like the clone saga in the Spider-Man comiks, where I forget who it was that cloned Spider-Man, but there's some like villain that cloned him, and he ends up becoming. Oh well, it was this interesting thing where for the run of the comic for a while, is this the real Peter Parker or is this the clone? And I think they eventually reveal who's the real one, who's the clone. But eventually, what ends up happening is the clone's still around, and he becomes the Scarlet Spider, and takes on the name to help differentiate between the original and the clone, because otherwise they're pretty much identical. They were, from the moment of cloning, are the same person. But he takes on the name Ben Reilly, which is a combination of his aunt and uncle's first and last names.
That's sweet.
But he, for a time, becomes Scarlet Spider, which is a different version of Spider-Man, and kind of does his own thing and has different costumes and stuff. He also occasionally fills in for Peter when Peter needs to take time off.
Yeah,
because
that's awesome.
He can't handle all the stress all the time.
Spider-Man, no shit. Yeah. I was gonna interject with this. The one thing I will say that I kind of do agree with Volty in some capacities. The only time where I could otherwise I'm like, what's the problem? But the thing I could see is if you got cloned, and you had like a wife, that's a problem. You know what I mean? Like that's like resource-wise, that's tough. It's one thing to say like, hey, you know, you came for me.
Which one's the real husband?
Yeah, which one gets you the woman you fell in love with? Do you have some sort of weird thruple going on? I don't know. That sounds like you get jealous by myself. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, it depends on so many factors, really.
Yeah, but that was the one I feel like I'm pretty clear about my belief on this. Like I think I try to be like just like root for myself. I try to help him wherever I could, etc. And I'd hope that he could do the same for me. But at the same time, I would be like, listen, man, we got to come up with some sort of elaborate game of like either beating the shit out of each other. It's got to be like something where we both come out of this being like, yep, I lost or I won, and you get the spoils, and the other one has to start over.
Which one gets the original life? Which one gets to try a new one?
Maybe you want to barter. You're like, I want the money, but you can keep the lady, and it's a mess. But damn.
Or they take shifts. I get weekends, you get weekdays.
I don't know. I know me quite well. I'm not sure if I'd be comfortable with that. I'm like, bitch. Is it like all of it or nothing?
Right. So funny enough, speaking of clones and things, there is one of the Chaos Legions, the Alpha Legion, has twin Primarchs. Apparently, yeah. So they have twin Primarchs where one was Alfarius and the other one's Omegon. Now, in the lore, in the story, supposedly Omegon has died, I believe. Okay. But they were near identical twins. Like they were, and part of it is that they are one of the Chaos Marines that worship Tzeentch, which is the god of change and mischief and magic. So part of their lore is that they have a bunch of pretty much every Chaos Marine within the Alpha Legion looks, sounds, acts like Alfarius. So you never know who's the real one.
Yeah. That's okay. Yeah, but I can't. To me, that's something that people always like talk about. Is like, who was the original? And I'm like, dude, if I'm able to experience joy, like this is what people will say. Like, are we in a simulation? And like, you know, the fucking one guy who's like, hey, if it tastes like steak's pretty good. I'm kind of more in that camp where I'm like, I don't know, man. All I know is like, happiness feels really good. Doing right, like the right thing, makes me feel like I have meaning and purpose in my life. You know what I mean? Like I don't need to be told you like what you're doing is in God's eye, the right course. So I'm like, who cares? I mean, why are you saying you're God anyway? It feels like a weird thing anyway, you know. Right. But it's interesting to all the weird philosophy things about that. But I have to ask you. One of the things I wanted us to talk about in our little podcasting segment, it can't just be Warhammer, but the one thing I do want to know is we are going into 2026. What do we have to look forward to? Either in gaming space, in life, in whatever. Hit me with the, what do you call it, the 2026 hype for fluff and possibly grin roadmap.
Well, I've pretty much successfully completed the goal I set of playing through the main Yakuza games up to the point of starting 7, where it was essentially I wanted to at least complete Kiryu's storyline. And I've more or less done so. Technically, they keep finding ways to squeeze him into the main games anyways. But I've managed to get as far as I can with it, which I am happy about. I'm still, of course, trucking through Infinite Wealth, which is the 8th mainline entry, and then there's Pirate Yakuza to come after. But I was like, okay, well, I'll wait for Director's Cut to play through 0. I will probably revisit 3, because it's getting a remake soon. And then otherwise I'll just play other games. So what's coming in the next year is kind of hard to say, because there's a lot that could happen. There's new games, there's plenty of... I have a big backlog of things. Once my brother and I are finished up with Baldur's Gate 3, which we're closing in on, there's still probably a few more sessions minimum.
How many hours do you guys go? How many hours do you guys have in that?
Given that we do like maybe 6 hours a session, and we've had, I don't know how many a couple dozen, so as in sessions.
160?
So probably a good 100 hours, maybe in total.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, with one person, that's man. They've been bringing guys closer together. Cause damn, that's a long time.
So we've had our fun with it, and I mean it's a once a week thing, so it's we get plenty of time to kind of do our own things in between. But my plan that I've been planning on since after realizing I could do instead of just playing BG3 with my brother, it's like, hey, why don't we just stream the majority of our sessions together? So there's only like 2 of them of the playlist that I have that were before I started streaming it. So after we finish that up, which is not going to be before the end of the year at this point, but soon enough, so like early January, I imagine, will be when we wrap it up. My plan was essentially every Wednesday, I'm going to do what I've dubbed either Warhammer Wednesday or Wildcard Wednesday. If it's not a Warhammer game, it's Wildcard. If it is a Warhammer game, it's Warhammer Wednesday. So fittingly, I'm playing one of the many games that I intend to try out and play. So it's whatever I happen to be in the mood for. It can be Space Marine, it can be Dark Tide, it can be Vermintide, it can be the Total War titles. Thing, There's the RPG Rogue Trader. There's a new one called like Dark Heresy as well, from the same people that did Rogue Trader. I could come up with something, maybe Fighting Game Friday, that sort of thing.
I really roll off the tongue. Tekken Thursdays.
Tekken Thursdays works, or Tekken Tuesdays.
Tekken Tuesdays, that hits. Thursday feels like a mouth not working.
Tekken Tuesday could work if I wanted to focus on just playing Tekken specifically. The only issue is that Steam does its maintenance on Tuesdays.
What games are you excited for? So like that's kind of what I'm like. I'm curious. Like it's awesome to see that you're having like a segmentation, but like what games are like that's going to be my like top 10 games I'm excited for next year. I don't think GTA is for us because we don't have GTA with PC, but
that's an exclusive to console for now, PlayStation specifically. There's still what was it called, Clockwork Revolution, that I'm still interested in, where it's like it's a kind of Clockwork steampunk, somewhat Bioshock-like, but it's also like time bending.
Stuff. Okay, is it that Kim Levine one? That's coming out?
That's Judas something.
Oh, Judas. Okay, that's different. Okay.
But it's another game where it has like DNA of Bioshock, but instead it's like you affect things by kind of altering time and changing what happened. So like you can make the environment like more prosperous, you can make it less prosperous. You can change things. But it has like time altering mechanics, and it seems pretty cool. It was like announced either earlier this year or last year. I forget when. So I'm hoping it's still coming.
Yeah.
I think because a player joined and left, it caused a bit of a bug where one of the Vanguards stuck outside of the elevator.
I don't know if you just wait, look the other way.
I'm gonna try to wait it out, especially if someone joins, would be possible. What else am I looking forward to? I mean, outside of Yakuza stuff, because there is new stuff coming next year. There's Stranger Than Heaven, which is maybe tied to the series. I'm not sure. It's made by the same dev, so it's probably connected. I even recognize like, oh, here's 1940s version of one of the main cities that you get to explore. So I'm excited for that. There's also like Gang of Dragon, which is being developed by the original creator of the Yakuza games, but he split off from Sega and is making his own thing, but he's like essentially he's now using the real location of Kabukicho rather than it's called Kamurocho in the Yakuza series. Yeah, I think I'm stuck, unfortunately.
Yeah, you might have to restart.
That's fine.
Big shitty sandwich there.
Yeah, I think it was just kind of a domino effect of problems.
You're put on hold for Yakuza. Yakuza Yes.
Yeah, so put that
Yakuza's
aside.
always going to be in the rear view. Yeah.
I'm really liking Spirit of the North. It did come out this year.
Oh,
Spirit of the
indie
North
games
2.
in your horizon. Okay.
So Spirit of the North 2, I've only played once. I was considering having it be what I played for this podcast, but since I pulled the chat, Catman at least responded like, "Hey, why don't you do Space Marine?" So while he did pop in earlier, sadly he couldn't stick around, but he apparently has a date, so that takes priority for him.
Cat? Hell yeah, boy! Yeah, that's awesome.
So he got to at least check the game out a little bit because he hasn't played. He's
oh no!
I know he plays more fantasy of the Warhammer franchise instead of playing.
Well, I see him play Dark Tide. Yeah, so I think he fucks with some of it.
And apparently, like before his date, he did some Helldivers. So I was like, of course, there's like perpetual games that I would keep coming back to, whether it's these kind of semi-live service or ongoing type games. So Space Marine, Helldivers, of course, the potential plan of the Warhammer Wednesdays whenever I am not thinking of some other game to play. I do have a big backlog of all sorts of games on Steam, so I'd like to... there's plenty of them that I would love to just check out and share with others. There's others
I just pulled up an article that's the top 5 anticipated games 2026. I'm going to say them. You got to see for yay or nay about it and why. Got it?
I'm sure GTA is one of them, and I'm not worried about it until it's maybe PC, and even then I'm not even sure.
Sora. The one with Rahul Cool-J. The one that's like spacey.
Oh.
Anything?
Soros?
Yeah.
Soros or something. That one looks cool. I think it's the technical spiritual sequel to Returnal. So it's got a lot of similar gameplay, and it looks pretty good. So I would potentially be interested. I haven't played Returnal.
Out of 10, how interested? Stream worthy or maybe?
Probably a 7 or 8 interest level.
7 or 8? Oh, well, it's pretty good. It's pretty high on the stream game.
Yeah, but
I'd say like
I would say it does depend, because I'm personally not a big fan of bullet hell type games, which is one reason why I probably won't play Nier Automata for part of its gameplay mechanics. And also why I don't play Undertale. As much as I appreciate its story and characters, I'm not going to play it because the core gameplay is bullet hell dodging of things. Turn-based stuff I'm perfectly fine with.
Yeah, I know.
So Deltarune I'd be more interested in giving a try, because it's mostly a turn-based combat game with optional combat, like just like Undertale. It's like you don't actually have to harm most of your opponents. There's alternate paths and endings and things. So I intend to play plenty more Spirit.
That's pretty good.
Like in terms of like it looks good, it looks interesting. I think I would want to play Returnal first if it's on PC. If it is, it might.
You and your fucking sequencing. God damn it.
It's just how I am. It's like
no, I know.
Unless if it's like
catch the views when it's fresh.
I guess, but I don't necessarily have that issue either way.
No, you have your way go about things. To me, that's why I have a reaction to it.
I got plenty of viewership with Cyberpunk. It's not like it was doing anything at the moment.
Cyberpunk's
it just happened.
Has a fervent fandom.
Sure, but that's where it's when it comes to lesser known games, unless if it's like a beloved franchise, not many people are going to care. Now, for that, I would say like it depends. I would have to get a feel for the game. If it is mostly like a bullet hell style game that does lower my personal interest, I don't like that gameplay
so
style.
More of a 6 then.
So maybe a 6, so like above average interest. But in terms of just how it looks and what I've heard about the game and other things like that, I think it would be cool. It does look good.
All right, here's the curveball for you.
So next game,
Resident Evil Requiem.
Looks good. I'm not much of a horror game person.
Oh, actually, I would fuck with you seeing. I want to see what you deal with horror.
I'm still not much of a horror game person, but
How do you react?
I'm not much of I don't make much noise if I get jump scared.
Just bad mood.
Like it just makes me feel bad. Like I don't like how I feel.
Crazy people.
Like even just playing a game that's not a horror game but like has a startling moment. Like if you watch me on screen and I'm going around and like something happens and like my camera jolts because, well, my hand's on my mouse. So it's like obviously my keyboard wouldn't do much because my hand on a keyboard doesn't do much, but my hand on my mouse is controlling where I'm aiming. So like if it's a game where I do get to fight back, okay, it startled me, and now my aim just flew off to the screen, and now I've missed all of my shots. So that's
also,
where.
Why do you hate that Leon's back? Real quick, I just wanted to quickly interject that. So wait, so you don't like it because it can throw off your aim. What if you? But can't you like retaliate? So like, won't you be like, oh, you fucker, and then like want to kill them that much more?
So from what I've heard, half of Requiem is playing as the new protagonist, Grace Ashcroft, and will be closer to Resident Evil 7. In terms of it being mostly a survival horror with low resources. You're not much of a fighter, so you just have to run and hide. Now, just playing as Leon would be a lot of fun.
Okay.
But I've not played any of the Resident Evil games aside from one spin-off, which was Operation Raccoon City, which a lot of people pan for being bad. But we've had a bunch of other multiplayer spin-offs since then that are so much worse. And I liked it because it was a fun co-op shooter game that had cool character designs. They were essentially a Umbrella's Black Ops cleanup crew, so they didn't need to exist outside of the one game that they were present in. But they looked all cool. They were this like tactical with like blue glowy visors and things.
Sense.
And it was a lot of fun, and of course it was a co-op game, so I enjoyed playing through with it with my brother.
I think actually that was one of the few ones I think I actually might have also played way back there. But I was gonna say to Bolty's point, Bolty, I kind of agree with you. Ethan Winters and his kid. Like this is kind of what I feel about. Like I'm not sure if you agree with me, Bolty, but like the God of War series, it'll piss me off so much if we don't fucking transition to Atreus. Like it'll drive me mental. Like I want them to be like, hey, we're not gonna just keep beating the dead horse a millennia. Like you can beat the dead horse, just give him 2 fucking games just to chill out and do some cool shit in fucking North Smith House and have his son kick ass. Anyways, but yeah, so I feel like same way about that. Where I'm like,
when it comes to the first 7 and 8, technically they also did bring back Chris. He shows up briefly in 7.
Yeah.
At near the end, and then you get to play as him briefly in 8. They eventually did also add a new, a third-person perspective, but when you're playing through as Ethan, you never get to see his face. Like, anytime you're trying to turn the camera around, he looks away from the camera, because he was never defined to having a specific face, which was kind of a funny thing. But then they did the DLC where you get to play his daughter, and as Rose, it's fully third person. There was no first person perspective.
Which I thought that was the lady in the new game. So similar to me.
Similar because they're both blonde, but they are different.
Yeah, but they also like it makes so much sense that like that she's special. Like Leon's a fucking guy, just like a random dude. Like at least she has like she's basically like created through like mold and like the fucking virus.
They decided to pretty much wrap up the winter story with the DLC with Rose. So they've moved on. She, of course,
Is she as resilient as him?
Yes, and more. But to be fair, she was her game was like in a weird dreamscape, so it wasn't real. But she got to reconnect with her father when she didn't get to know him because she was just a baby. But she rapidly aged, so it was just like a few years later, and she was already like a young adult because of her unique genes of being a mold baby.
I popped it out.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So wait, so I forgot about that. So when the game ended, she like, how old is she? She's like an adult, but she's how old and technically?
So I think she's like physically 18 to 20 range, but
that's not bad.
But like actual years that passed was like 3.
Yeah. Oh,
or
well, that's
something.
fucked up. That's fucked up. Yeah, that's horrible.
But
that's
she was
some
essentially
vampire lolly nonsense.
had like a handler
Jesus.
assigned by Chris to watch over her. And she was able to like uncover some stuff, and it allowed her to kind of return to where her father
I never seen the
saved
DLC,
her,
but I could see
and,
that
and got to
yeah.
reconnect where essentially like his spirit helped protect her and guide her along, which is really sweet.
Yeah, it's wholesome.
but-
I just wish they didn't go back to Leon.
So Chris got brought back, and he was even playable in 8, and that's fine. These are new games, and they're trying to have it be that it's still connected. With the case of Requiem, we're finally seeing like the aftermath of Raccoon City after it got nuked in 2 or 3. 3?
Yeah.
One of them. I think it was 2 because that was one of the endings. So they nuked it, and to cover, it was mostly Umbrella covering up their tracks. So you get to come back there because someone else has come in. So Leon, yeah, he wasn't born there, but it was like the catalyst of what changed his path in life was being assigned to Raccoon City as a policeman. So that was, of course, the 2 remake, and then 4 was him going to the one village, which is what 8 kind of recreated, was essentially being, that's why it was Village. So it makes sense that he would be sent back there because, like, okay, something's going on in Raccoon City. You have personal ties to Raccoon City. You need to go there and figure out what's going on. Now, Grace is the daughter of a character from a spin-off game, if I recall. I can't remember what it was called, but it was another Resident Evil game. So her mother was, I don't know if she was a playable character, but she's at least a character from one of the other Resident Evil titles. So she still has connections to the franchise established beforehand, but she's technically brand new. She's the young daughter with, like, almost seems like she has a little bit of like attention, I don't know, maybe on the spectrum.
Moody, yeah, it's a preteen nonsense. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. I was gonna say, I get the whole Resident Evil thing. To me, again, I'm not sure much about the game, but you're interested. I'm mainly just trying to understand what games you're like. Maybe.
Yeah, for me, since I haven't really played outside of Operation Raccoon City, I haven't played the games. What I do appreciate is they give you the option to toggle either first or third person through the whole game. So majority of it will be either first or third. They kind of intend for Grace's segment to be played best in first person. Leon seems like he would be preferred third person, but you can play the whole game first or third for both characters.
Very cool.
And it's also just kind of interesting to see Leon back. Like, he's now in his like late 40s to 50s because of how much time has passed. So
does he have a beard this time?
I think he has some facial hair, but it's like subtle.
I hope he has a big ass beard.
Maybe there'll be like a costume for a full beard.
Yeah,
I'm sure they'll respond to
now.
Just like how they gave Ryu a full beard in Street Fighter 6. They're probably going to do something along those lines.
Something, yeah.
But
so, because it's the horror element, you said it's going to be lower on the interest level, so probably like a 5 or 6,
maybe a 4. Below.
4? Okay, so probably the likelihood that you'll play it on stream.
For me, I'm not likely to get it. I'm not likely to play it. I will probably watch people play the game, which will be cool.
That's how I do it too.
I watch a lot of Maximilian Dude. He loves Capcom games. He loves certain Sega games. He, of course, loves Final Fantasy VII. So I've enjoyed a lot of his stuff through a lot of those games through him. Even games that I intend to fully play myself, like the Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy. I'm waiting until the third one comes out and releases on PC and then has a full trilogy. I fully intend to play that, but that's like 2027 at the soonest. So that's 2 years from now. So what's the next game on the list?
I'm about to say, all right. So this game should be an easy one, but I'm wondering if you know the cracks in the foundation. Marvel's Wolverine.
I am interested, but Insomniac has left me feeling a little wary about it.
Oh, why?
After Spider-Man 2 was kind of disappointing. and some of
Gwen,
well, MJ,
or Mary Jane, or whatever it
but
is? Yeah.
some of the decisions they made I didn't really like. The gameplay still looks fun, but they changed.
But it's Wolverine.
Right. So Wolverine looks good. So I am
Violence.
interested, but I'll have to kind of wait and see as it gets closer to release.
Wow, I was not expecting this.
So I'm excited for it because I did actually really enjoy the X-Men Origins
Yeah,
Wolverine game.
I thought you just really liked Insomniac Spider-Man. You were the one who told me to buy it on PC because you were like, it's fucking good, Grin. I was like, okay,
The
it's on the
original
list.
is good. The first game is
Oh,
good.
not the
and,
two one.
and
Oh.
Miles Morales is still pretty good. The sequel is a disappointing story, pretty good gameplay.
I would say it's at least better gameplay because it looks cool with the spider suit and like the Venom
So
suit and shit.
it's faster. They have like a glider mechanic. They have a lot of layers to it. So I'm looking forward to it, but I need to kind of see what it's gonna be like. And they've shown a bit of
theme.
And then they've only recently shown a level of gameplay to it, and I'm like, yeah, that looks good. It's visceral.
Yeah.
But I have to still wait to see more.
I was gonna say, do you know the crack in the foundation? Think about it.
What do you mean?
What is the problem with the game?
The developer, not the game.
Who owns? Where is it gonna release?
Sony, so it's a PlayStation exclusive. That's the other reason I
So
won't.
we're not gonna be able to play it in 2026. The game we got. That's why I was like, it's kind of a curveball. Where like
That said,
but it's perfect for you.
That
yeah,
said,
'cause we can wait.
Sony's been releasing more of their stuff simultaneously on PC lately, so we'll see.
Oh, really? I don't know simultaneous. Which ones were simultaneous? I thought they hadn't done
Helldivers.
that yet.
Helldivers
Okay,
is a Sony-owned property. It eventually got released on the
Isn't the
Xbox, which was surprising.
main one? I feel like they won't do that with one of their headliners. I feel like definitely Marvel.
It depends.
Wolverine will be.
So
Yeah.
Insomniac has developed stuff outside of Sony before, most of which has been kind of or great, but like a sleeper hit appreciation, like Sunset
Sure, it was
Overdrive.
good, yeah.
But then Fuse was
That's not-
terrible.
Yeah.
Sunset
Yeah.
Overdrive was great, but Fuse was terrible.
Yeah.
So that like they haven't done
I
a
never
whole
played Fuse.
lot. It should have been Overstrike or whatever it was called beforehand. It was going to be much better, but it was a case of like, what do they call it? Where it's like pulled by committee or whatever they call it, where it's like they have people that don't play video games say what should be a good video game.
I see. Yeah.
So that's where it was bad. I played it. It was fine, but it could have been so much better. But I think before they rebranded it and everything, and it just kind of turned into this generic, less fun slop.
Needs to be rebooted. BOB? Okay.
Well, Bolty's been having some PC troubles. One of his
I thought you meant
one of
game.
his
I thought you meant like that game.
I think it
Fuse.
was
You're
like
no,
one
I
of
just did
his
that.
RAM sticks failed or something, so he's having to survive off of 2 or 1/2 of his total RAM.
What bad fucking time. Oh my god, that sucks so much, dude.
Yeah, and it
Lose
tried
a RAM stick now.
and it was like RAM failure that was also trying to like take out his motherboard and GPU along with it.
Jeez, that's brutal. That's a catastrophic failure. Oof.
Yeah.
Man.
So I mean, I am looking forward to.
So like what, like a 6, but with the potential to be a 9 if it
say
doesn't shit the bed.
Compared to Saros, I think was the name of the game. I would say 7.5 of definitely interest, but I need to see more, and I'll probably end up seeing a full playthrough of it on Sony platform if it doesn't come to PC immediately.
Gotcha.
So I'm looking forward to it, but we'll see. It's like,
all right, we're gonna
especially
go
if it's a PlayStation 5 exclusive, I'm not gonna be able to
you'll
play
have to
it.
wait anyway. Yeah, you'll have to wait anyway. That's why I was saying like, it's kind of like, when you were saying like, I'm not sure about it yet. The devs have to prove it to me. I'm like, well, they're gonna have to prove it to you anyway, because I don't think it's coming out day one on PC. All right, so now let's get into a rapid fire. I just want to get your gauge. I don't want too much explanation why unless I ask. I just want like, about 5 or 6, but 3 or 4.
Okay.
All right. So the first one is 007 First Light.
I
On your
think
radar?
I've mentioned that I'm very interested, so a 9.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I must say that. That's why I was asked, because I know some of these are,
you know,
hard percentages.
to be on par, a 7, but no, a 9.
Yeah.
009. There we go.
Okay, the new Control game, Control Resonant.
I haven't played through the original, so I'd like to do that. But it does
that's
look.
the only game I do agree with you on
does
that.
look interesting, so I'd say about a 7. I'm fairly interested in it.
Oh, I'm back. Sorry, I talked it out.
So I was saying I'm fairly interested about a 7.
A 7? Okay, yeah. To me, it's funny. I normally don't agree with you going back and playing. I think those games are so good quality-wise. I think it's actually not a bad idea going back and like trying them out.
I actually did pick up Control on like a super discount with the winter sale.
I got it for free on Epic just because I was there and they were like, hey, if you just log in,
Yeah,
you
and I
have
probably
it free.
did too, but this is like the complete edition, so it gets everything. It's
and
usually
the games
the
are
straight off.
all right, Crimson Desert. Thoughts?
It is a sacred
6.
filled with ancient splendor.
It's like, it looks good, but I don't know. It's gonna...
Yeah.
Because it's like, every time I've seen it played, it's like, okay, so it's a little bit like Black Desert, but it's also kind of all over the place. And it looks like...
You play Digimon games as Bolty.
Probably. I haven't played Cyber Sleuth. I think I have Cyber Sleuth, so I would like to play that first, because I have it. Like, at that point, it's like, okay, well, I should play something that I have in my library, right?
I was about to say, it's so funny, Fluff, because every time when someone's like, you should play this, it gotta be number 1. It's gotta be the first game in the series. Fluff's gonna be like,
well, it doesn't help if they do sequential games.
Yeah, I know.
If they're gonna do a sequential game, I'd like to play the previous one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so for back to Crimson Desert real quick. If they gave you character customization and it was more in line with like classic RPGs like Skyrim, would you be more interested into it, or is it just like gameplay looks kind of soft?
For me, I don't need like complete character creation to enjoy it. As long as I have
like Harold has
customization of like gear and appearance and stuff like that. So because I've enjoyed like the first Neo, where you didn't get much customization, but you had gear, you had weapons and armor and everything that, and skill points and all that sort of thing.
Yeah,
Or like this game, where it's like, okay, well, I don't get to create exactly the Spartacus the Third as my Space Marine, but I get to customize the outward appearance. I get to customize the skills and the gear and the equipment, all that good stuff. So as long as I have like play style customization with visual customization included,
something that just has some tactile like change. But I get to say, I think that's a good way to put it. Like to me, I always say I think the Geralt of Rivia, where like you have the same person. Although I don't know why RPGs, like if you're making a fucking RPG, why are you just like someone start like, I want to lose. How do we make it so that there's less chance that we win? Well, let's, instead of telling your story, let's make a random guy and tell you his story. And I just that part always baffles me.
So
this one's a go ahead.
So I would say it's like, it is still like a higher interest, so about a 7. But I would.
What's extra high? Wasn't expecting that.
Because I enjoyed Black Desert, but the problem I didn't enjoy at Black Desert is once you hit a certain level where you get to ascend your class. Newsflash, you also have forced PvP going forward. And I hate that.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Why would you? Again, same thing. It's like, why would you ruin a good thing? Why do you try to like to?
So
you could just
I'm interested enough in it, but it's also a case of like, yeah, I was interested in Black Desert like 5 years ago. So a new game that is a solo game that you kinda don't get to customize as much has me not as excited. But it seems like they're doing a lot of stuff that makes it like a lot of fun to be had with it. There's potentially going to be a lot of interesting things, all sorts of ways to customize your character. So it's going to be a little bit like Wukong, a little bit like Final Fantasy 16, where, like, yes, you get to play this character, our established character, but how you play them is up to you. And that's what will be more intriguing and interesting, because they're showing things of like, oh, he can do a big uppercut, and now he's up in the air, and now he can like glide around and then slam back down. The only thing I wish they would tone down is like the particle effects are a little a little heavy-handed. It's like
it's
a
blinding,
little too much. But outside of that, it looks like it could be a lot of fun, but we'll have to wait and see. Similar to how I feel about Ananta, where it's like, okay, I like what they're doing. I like what they're going
I'm pretty
for.
sold on Ananta. Yeah.
But I don't like that almost all of their marketing is, remember these other popular AAA games? Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, so what is original about this? What is...
I don't need original. I want fun.
What is interesting about it? Or is it just going to be a bunch of references? I don't want just a bunch of references. I hope that there's enough to make it fun. I hope there's enough to make it, like, not just feel like, oh, we just copied everyone else's homework.
But I also think that copying is the virtue that like everything has. So like to me, like how you make something in a lot of ways is new. I'm sure like anyone could derive like, oh, you know, in God of War the axe throw actually came from, you know, the Captain America shield throw, or like any of these things. Like, you know, the throwing knife in COD. Like, so everything is an amalgamation of everything.
But that's iterative.
It's just whether it works or not.
That's iterative versus this is scene for scene the moment from GTA 5 where you're busting through in the Juggernaut
because it's not trying to hide what it's trying to do. It's like saying it's almost like paying an homage opposed to trying to like hide the fact that you just stole something from someone. You know.
I also didn't like that when they first showed the gameplay of like, okay, you essentially get Spider-Man swinging, but it's like this cool ethereal hand. You know, something like from Astral Chain. Then the newer trailer is like, oh well. Spider-Man 2 came out and people love the Venom stuff, so we turned it into Venom powers. I was like, why? You could have had the same mechanic. I hope that it means we can customize it, because otherwise if they've changed it from Ghost Hand to only Ink Venom power, I'm not as interested. I feel like that's like, you didn't have to copy their homework word for word.
You know, I feel like that's exactly the cosmetic thing that's coming out, because like it would just be an ECW for them to be like, hey, because
that's where
gliders and Genshin, like it's just something that comes to the gacha games as a traversal thing,
and that's where
it's going to be a cosmetic.
I'm hopeful is that because of like recent legislation changes of like how they're handling gacha games,
transactions and shit,
that it can't be gameplay. You have to make it like just cosmetic stuff. So that's one thing I'm liking from the sound of it. But the thing is we need to see more, because we've only had like 2 gameplay trailers that were like almost a half a year apart, if not longer. And it's visually changed. The mechanics have changed, and a lot of it is just referential material, which is fine. But it's like, okay, but what's the actual game going to be offering here? Is it if it's just references, that's fine, but then I could just play the games that it's referencing.
Yeah, I hear you. I get what you're saying. You're basically saying like, I want to before I have any positive feature, I want to actually see what the core of the game is, because right now all I've seen is references, which what I actually really want is just to see like what is the actual meat of what we're going to be doing.
Out of all the
totally
upcoming ones, outside of Silver Palace, that just visually looks really nice. Like I like the art style they're going for with Silver Palace. Gameplay wise, this is the one of the upcoming gacha games that has my attention the most. Compared to
GTA in some capacity,
well, it's more just like some of the other aspects. Compared to Neverness to Everness, I'm sorry, but I do not trust it after Tower of Fantasy. After Tower of Fantasy, I don't trust the same devs, and from what they've shown of the gameplay, it's more Genshin-like, and that's not that interesting to me. That's one reason why Arknight's Enfield, I'm like, this could have been a slam dunk for me, because I like the tech, I like the theme, I like the character designs, I like a lot of the other aspects, but they once again did the 5-weapon Genshin style combat systems, and I'm like, come on, it's just like, you guys didn't have this limitation with your previous Arknights game, why are you copying Genshin now? I was like, oh, it's because Genshin's the most popular. Okay, but you could make it to be better than Genshin. You don't have to copy their homework to that degree.
I think ultimately, to me, I don't know if it works or not. Like, I always kind of come back to like, well, does it work? Like, does it feel good to play? Does it use it? I don't know.
And that's where, for me, that's the reason why I like Zenless the most now. It's because, yes, you have specific weapons. You have the W engines that are, this role needs to equip this type. Sure, but they also allow you to equip any W engine if you really are pressed for resources. Like, you can still have the core stat apply anyways. And I like that. So, like, okay, what if I was playing Rover or the Traveler or whatever protagonist character, and I don't have his ideal sword? Okay, but I have a powerful set of gauntlets. Let me just equip the gauntlets.
Oh, okay.
Sort of thing.
Yeah.
Maybe
this is the one thing, Fluffer, I remember hearing talk about. Where, like, for me, if I just put myself in that circumstance, I'd be like, oh well, now I'll just put like a lesser legendary sword on Rover, and it's pretty easy to get like another lesser legendary sword. So, to me, it's not easy or hard, or I think it's just preference. Like, again, that's why I say when it works, you know.
But
so,
what
like,
I would say
I think ZZ has a really think it works really well for the gameplay that's offered there.
But then take Wuthering Waves for an example. They could have gone the Zenless route and just had, here is your stat stick, your character will use whatever weapon that they're designed to use. And not be limited to, okay, you have to have the sword character, you have to have the gun character. Because we saw what happened with Wuthering Waves gun characters. They had it where, oh, you need a gun character to solve these shooting puzzles. Oh, you now have a gadget that does the shooting for you. So we have to change the gun characters that we make going forward. And not everyone that uses guns actually uses the gun in their combat now, because they voted and people are like, we don't care about the weapon matching whatever they actually fight with. And I'm like, okay, and they could have started that way and I would have liked it that much more. It's not saying that I dislike it for that, but I would have liked it more, because it's like, look at the like variety we get from a game like for Zenless. Your launch roster was guy with 2 guns, cool. Girl with sword, cool. Girl with like pocket dimension briefcase, okay, that's a little more interesting. If they launch a game with like, okay, we have a bow character, sword character, spear character, big sword character, and magic device character, it limits their creativity. Now they've branched out past that, which is good. But it's still like they're held by that core limitation that they could have avoided if they didn't design their core that way.
Yeah, so this is a weird one, Fluff, because like for me, I don't ever like, this is where like I gotta put on my like empathy thing, because like I just do not like have any sort of
personally, it's like if it's gonna become a stat stick, I might as well just have it be an item I equip that doesn't, like, it can do like visual effect changes like what Zenless does, but then not need to, like, if it's just for the stats or just for what it does, I don't need it to be a cosmetic at that point. I don't need it to define how the character fights.
That's what I was saying about the thing. Like, to me, I'm like, and some, like, this is why I say it's like really preference type thing, or like, does it work, doesn't work. So like, does it work or doesn't work? So like in Zenless or like in Withering Waves, I can see some people being like, well, it's kind of cool that sometimes I can see like the different weapon in my character's hands. Sometimes the animations just say like they forego it entirely. Like some characters, you can see the weapon constantly in their hands. The other character, not at all, it never shows up. It's like it might as well just not even exist. The 3 model.
Like as an example, Jin Chi, her, like, you could get her legendary sword, and of course it looks like what she uses, but if you don't have the legendary sword, outside of like a few moments, she's still using that sword model. So it's like you made it so the weapon that she has equipped doesn't really matter, so what's the point of having these weapons look this way when you could just... in Wuthering Waves. She was one of the first characters that gave the example of what you equip her with almost doesn't matter, because she's going to use her actual sword no matter what. Now, the stats matter, and that's where it's like, I'm fine with having cosmetic, but I might as well have it be a cosmetic thing, purely. Have it be that, okay, this character can use whatever gear that fits their role to the best of their ability, or you can try a different thing that does another effect, or if you can't afford the gear or whatever. But why why are they all stuck of, okay, this role only gets to use this weapon type? Was how Genshin started and how Wuthering started.
Like, I think that also, like, to me, like, this is why, like, I remember we have had this conversation many times, Fluff, and I genuinely, I get, like, caught up at, like, certain points where I'm like, I don't know if I understand, like, the reason.
I guess, because so kind of my point.
I know, Fluff, let me just quickly get this out, because I feel like I gotta be specific about what I'm, like, I have confusion about. So, for instance, you said, you know, this cosmetic thing, as well as that it's frustrating that, like, you know, a gun character can only use gun weapons and how that's limiting. But then when I think think about ZZZ, I also just think about like, okay, well, a support character can only use support weapons. So how is that not also just pigeonholing them in that same kind of criteria?
Because the support character isn't defined by the weapon; they're defined by their role.
But so it's an attacker. Like, I'm not sure what I understand about that.
So
if it's an attack role.
So, as an example, if the attack role was only characters that could use a sword, all attackers are always swords. All supports are always resonators or whatever you would call it, the catalyst type weapon. Versus, okay, I have a support class. Who is that? Oh, that's Nicole. She has the suitcase gun. Who's that? It's
So I backed out. So wait. Can you run that back? Can you like say that differently? Because I didn't understand what you mean. So like you're saying.
So in like how how other games do it, other gacha games have designed it, is every role has been defined by the weapon type they use.
Yeah.
And it's 5 weapon types, purely. Now, they've eventually expanded to have more animations, but they started for the first year or two limited by, okay, this role is this weapon type specifically. They only get to use swords, they're only this, they have this attack animation style. Meanwhile, in a game like Zenless, yes, you have your role-specific gear, but it's just gear. If it's their signature, it gives visual effect. But if you look at the support role in Zenless, they're not all, I use a floaty magical device. You have a character that uses a banner, you have a character that uses a staff, you have a character that uses whatever else it may be. The support role is a play style or a position in the party, but it doesn't define what they use as a weapon.
Okay, wait. I want to pause real quick. So you said something where, like, this is where I got lost in like what you're trying to communicate with. You said that like in Z's or in Withering Waves, you have guns. I understood everything up to the point where you were saying, you know, they have different weapon types and all these things. But the thing I don't understand is when you made the comparison of Withering Waves and ZZs, because if I think about Withering Waves, I think about there was this redheaded girl who had like these crazy attack combinations where she's attacking and it's not very linear. Wait, let me finish getting it all first, because I don't want you to like say, well, this is what I will correct, and maybe you're correcting the wrong thing. So like I want to make sure I get my where I'm not sure, and then you can patch it. Okay, that's why I'm not trying to talk over you. I just want to make sure that like I'm giving you the best where I'm confused, and if you can patch it. So anyways. In ZZZ, or Withering Wave, sorry, there was like this gun character, which yes, she theoretically used like a gun, but she used this gun attack in an entirely different sequence with a different animation. It's different than other gun characters in some capacity. And in Withering Waves, I think of like a character like Benny, or like the gun guy, the robot gun guy, and he has a very static animation that will just infinitely loop in the same way. So I don't understand how one is better than the other in this capacity.
So
because you're basically getting like the same has different animations, so you're getting an enhancement for animations.
There's a difference of how much budget do they put into a character. So you gave an example of a 5-star Wuthering Waves character. Post them polling their fan base, do you want characters to keep using the weapon they're assigned, or do you want them to use whatever they want?
I'm talking about two 4-star characters based in both games. So in Withering Waves, there's a redhead girl who's in the very first game, the very first month of the game. Right. She's the redhead who had the guns. And then I'm using Benny, who's a 4-star, also at launch, was in the game. Yeah, Billy. Sorry, Billy. That's what I mean.
But he's also the only dual pistols character currently in the game, correct?
For Benny? Yeah, or for like for ZZ?
For ZZ, he's the only character that fights that way. Versus
the reason why
they launched 3 4-star gun characters that all have, you hold your attack down, you aim down sights to shoot. But then they have some variation in how they use their guns, which is fine. But the game itself showed that even they recognized the limitation of that, because future characters they released, it took them forever to make new gun characters, for one. So one of the 5 weapon type roles was left without new gameplay for like a year, right? So
sure, I don't know. Like I feel like there's like, so you're saying basically that like because what you're essentially saying is like they no longer have the aim bot thing where you can actually like live aim with your gun.
They got rid of that because they gave you a gadget to solve that problem.
So they took that out. But to me, like I don't know if like as a person who played the game, I just never used that because it just didn't come up in combat at all.
It was a puzzle-solving tool that required you to swap to if you didn't already have one of those characters in your party. So for your case, you had at least one gun character that you could swap to because that was.
You can't. No, she's a free character you get from everybody.
No, I know.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just
but I'm saying unless if you have her
like
in your current squad, you had to switch your team up, which causes you to go into a menu and change to either another party or reselect a different character.
Very frustrating. Yeah.
And so I didn't like that limitation. I didn't like that mechanic, and I'm glad that they gave us the gadget. But then it's like, okay, the first gun characters we made still have that gimmick. Still have you hold the button and all you do is aim down sights and shoot for a power shot. Yeah. The new characters with guns don't do that anymore. They have unique stuff that they do, whether they're A or S rank or whatever.
No, for sure. But I also don't like. To me, I guess I struggle to understand like the idea of like what like you're because we're talking about like I know you have an issue with the fact that you say it's very limiting as far as like there's weapon archetypes, but in Z's there's like support archetypes or
instead it's
archetypes.
A role, not a weapon type.
Sure. Yeah. So there's that's the thing where like I thought we were talking about that to some extent, but then you mentioned the other part, which maybe is just a different like grievance that you have, which is the fact that I dislike that they evolved. Outside of that thing because they found out that like most people actually don't like aimbotting because it just ends up being designed.
It was like, you actually, like, a symptom of the core issue I had with it.
Okay, yeah, but the main thing is if I'm misunderstanding you, is that you just didn't like that the execution was very limiting. I don't. That's the point I don't understand. Is like why do you dislike that they made an evolutionary change?
I don't dislike that they evolved it. I'm glad that they did. I wish they didn't start with that before, or rather, I wish they started with, hey, we'll just have them use whatever we want them to embrace the artistry of our character designs. That's one. So if I look back at other gacha games, that I want to have roles, but I don't want everyone using identical weapons. I come from an era with Dynasty Warriors. In Dynasty Warriors, in the older games, almost every character had unique weapons or at least unique fighting styles with a shared weapon type. So if there was a character with a spear, he's not going to behave the same as another spear. Yes, technically, Wuthering Waves, even at the start, didn't limit that heavily, so they were already knowing how to animate the characters well. But you look at their previous game, every character had unique stuff about them. They all used different weapons, even if they fell into the same role or damage type or element, whatever it happens to be. And I wish that they created Wuthering Waves with that in mind, not we're going to course correct with it.
Okay. So again, I'm trying to like just make things like, because again, I keep getting to these points where I kind of get caught up in like a loop where I'm like, I'm not sure. Like, so for the loop that I got caught up in there is you mentioned how you want more like animations, or you don't want the like the weapon or the character to be
let me give you
back.
The main example is Genshin.
I need to again.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I need to get like the thing where I'm like really lost, because I keep hearing you say two things that to me are like you're saying two different type of things to me. Now you may not actually be saying that. I'm just misunderstanding that, which is why I want to clarify. So you mentioned that you want more like diversity in the animations possibly, and you don't like that that's like just like Dynasty Warriors where you have a bunch of these different kind of combat without irrespective of the weapon. But then you mentioned prior where you didn't like how the gun was like shooting like you're happy, I think, is you didn't like at the start, but then you eventually liked how they made this pivot towards the guns having like having different animations. The reason why I get confused is because I constantly contrast this with ZZZ, which like just like to be completely clear on what I see is what I see is like ZZ is like it doesn't have any weapons. It just has like one singular animation set. That's all you get. As soon as you buy it, it's done. And within Wuthering
Waves,
per
character.
For what?
That's per character.
But
So-
isn't that the same for Withering Waves? You, if, like, per character, you're getting very different animations, irrespective of the weapon and the element. Or
Eventually,
the type of
that was
weapon.
the case, but early on, and more so because of Genshin's system that they kept for like 2 years, if not longer, was okay. You use a spear. This is your attack style, unless if you're a special S rank character. Everyone like has their basic attack string that's the same of that weapon type. What was you had like 2 versions of heavy attacks with your sword, with the great sword. You either had a combo system, which I liked, or you had spin to win, which the rest of the characters all had, if you recall. It didn't matter what they were.
So what you're saying is like, to be clear, like what you like the most about gacha games. Just let's say anything. Just in this case, we'll just say anything because I need to have this be clear for me. You want diversity of animations, and you don't like the diversity of animations being cannibalized by weapon archetypes like swords. So if I don't want a sword thing to limit the possibilities of the amazing outcomes I can get. Is that correct?
So I want a DPS, or I want my attack roll to be, does he use a scythe? Does he use a sword? Does he use a spear? Does he use a big sword? Does he use a hammer? I want all of that to be an option. And I appreciate that actually we got a new role very early, relatively speaking, with the first year, technically first year, or within the second, by adding Rupture. And Rupture is now so now Rupture's a third DPS type, and they all have different styles of how they play. They have different team compositions, but I appreciate that. Okay, I have a Rupture character that is focused on I have HP scaling, and part of my strength is that I take damage, or I damage myself to get stronger, sort of thing. It's like, okay, well, what if I don't want to play that style? I don't have to. I can choose to be a anomaly damage dealer, which is I do elemental effects or whatever it may be.
The thing that was getting me caught up a little bit was because you mentioned, like, I thought I understood that prior, where you're like, I don't like them being limited. Like, that was basically the argument that you were saying. You're like, I'd just rather you be more free-flowing. I don't want you to constantly adhere to like the weapon and it's the way it would function naturally. I just want to have more fun. That made sense to me. But then you mentioned, which got me kind of caught up and like not sure, is when you mentioned how there was originally like the gun character who aimed.
So
that and then they basically evolved that for the better. And then I got confused. I'm like, don't you want more like fluidity? But you were trying to say that I just don't like it at the start, but it eventually got better, and I'm happy that it got better. But it sounded like you were still frustrated with the game. But no, you were frustrated just the exact beginning, which makes sense.
And the issue is that because of how they created the game, it's always going to be there, no matter what. It won't change, because the original characters they released, if they ever buff them up rather than like release a new character or a new version of the character, that's one thing I'm liking about Zenless separately, is that they're actually going back and buffing up the old characters. They're giving reasons, like they understand that people invested into these characters, time, money, whatever it may be. Whereas other gacha games treat it of like, oh well, old characters are old, new characters are the hot thing, we need to sell you the new characters, and we'll do new fancy things or better things with the new characters. We will leave these old characters to gather dust. I don't like how they handle that.
I think this is something that, like, you know, I feel like various gacha games do something first, and then every other gacha game is like, oh, I'll just take that, and then immediately use it. Like, because I think I've heard the same thing happening for Withering Waves and all these kind of games, where like Z's did that, and then, or I'm sure there's a game that came before probably that did it as well. You never know who was the first one to like do that kind of thing. But alas, everyone I think is going to be following suit. Just like the same thing as like auto triggering, like your artifacts destroying themselves on
even all the way back with like MMOs and how they've been designed over the years, how most of them copied World of Warcraft. It's like, but you don't have to make it look like World of Warcraft for you to see the same success, because people are just going to go play World of Warcraft. If you make a game that copies almost every aspect of Genshin, why would they go play it if it's just more Genshin? Why would they go back? Wouldn't they just go back and play more Genshin, right? So what I wanted from Wuthering Waves, or what I wanted from Arc Knight's Enfield, Arknights, the first game is a tower defense gameplay. Is its main gameplay loop. The new one is open world exploration, but it still has the 5 weapon thing. It's been 3+ years since Genshin, and you've had other examples. They didn't have to limit themselves to 5 weapon types again. They could have just done rolls, because in Arknights, the original Arknights, they're not limited by weapon type. Characters can use guns, they can use swords, they can use whatever they damn well please, because they fit roles, not weapon type.
Again, it made more sense, like, because when you start saying stuff like that, like, I always contrast that with, like, this, like, again, my brain tries to see things from both sides, where, like, how could you see a person who's, like, playing ZZs and is having a different opinion or experience than you, and says, like, well, actually, I just like that I can't see my character have a cool weapon or a cool sword or whatever I bought and got lucky on getting, whatever it is. So I can see a negative spin on that. Doesn't mean that. I think both people could be rightfully annoyed. Maybe they're like, I want it this way, and then another person says, I want it this way, because it opens it up for more gameplay animations and viability and less research in there. But then a person's like, but isn't it cool to see cosmetic change within your character? And you say yes, and then some people would argue, well, Z's found a cool happy medium where you do see a cosmetic change.
They have it where signature weapons will give them special visual effects. And they've been expanding upon that more and more with each new character. And then they also have it where you can keep that effect on even if you're not using that signature. So you can just have cool, sparkly, glowy effects. But
you do just gotta get really lucky with getting that weapon, though, which is a bit shit. If they had, like, the same, like, a lesser particle effect for A's, that'd be cool.
Well, they do a little bit. They do have, and they've been doing more of that with each character, but they do special.
Doesn't it still have to be their signature?
It still has to be their signature, but what you can do in Zenless is once you get the signature weapon, you equip it, you do a little, you make sure the little toggle's on, you can change to another weapon, it keeps the visual effect on.
No, I'm just saying, like, if I was that guy who was complaining about, like, Z's, I would say, like, I gotta get a fucking weapon which is really hard to get to drop. Wouldn't it be cool if, like, some of the other S-tier weapons still gave me some cool effect? Like, maybe you have, like, a fire character and using their weapon, and now your character has, like, fire animations on their body. Like,
and that's a justifiable criticism that I do still have with Zenless. Various disc set and even engines have effects that you have no clue if they're working while you're playing. You have to like take screenshots to see the difference of damage, because there's like Woodpecker Electra or whatever it is, apparently or one of them, Hormone Punk, whatever it may be, one of the DPS disc sets has an effect that for like a certain duration after you swap to character works. Then the duration ends, you have to swap back off character and back on. If you do so prematurely, it ends the effect prematurely, and you have to wait for a hidden cooldown. I hate that. That system, it's like you need to have an on-screen indicator. You need an on-screen indicator for these effects, to the point where people have made like little widget things so they know when to switch back and forth for that effect, to know when the optimal DPS cycle is. I hate that, and it makes me not use that disc set, because I don't want to try to keep track of that, because there's nothing on screen that tells me.
Yeah, I'm also gonna say Bolty makes a really good point. I'm actually happy you mentioned that, Bolty, because I think that's really interesting. But Bolty says, imagine a gacha game where you could actually get copies of characters by doing a weekly raid. I feel like, Bolty, that's probably going to be the future, but not because of any reason besides the fact that the laws that are coming down about like reining in the crazy microtransactions within gacha. I think it's probably going to shift to like everything's going to be cosmetic, and I think that's going to be like, and I honestly think it's going to be way more addictive, because you're going to have them kind of Destiny-ify. I think a lot of these gacha games, like when I think of that Ananta game or whatever, the new one that's GTA like, I feel like that game is going to has the potential to be like ferociously addictive, because of the fact that you can play with your friends, which is already like another incentive for you to log in. You probably can have guilds. You're probably going to go run on like a missions with people and stuff like that. And it's going to be entirely based on customization, which means they have all of the power in the entire game to be like, hey, if you do this weekly raid, if your guild reaches a certain capstone, if you do all these missions, you can basically attain a massive power spike or a massive cool thing, maybe even a cosmetic or whatever. I think that is way more addictive than just like, oh, there's gameplay coming down the pipeline that I maybe will get to experience if I get lucky, opposed to no, dude, you're gonna be able to dig in.
That is what I'm looking forward to with Ananta, is that apparently you'll just be able to unlock the characters through gameplay. That you will play, none of the gameplay elements are restricted to, oh, you missed that banner, I guess you'll never get it. Yeah. Or, you know, my biggest bugbear of Genshin, oh, you weren't there for this event to get the best weapon for Albedo? Screw you, you never get it.
I get fucked. Yeah. Well,
you were not there. You were not there for a very specific short duration event in the first year of the game. Too bad. You never get the weapon that matches his visual design.
Brutal.
I was just saying, that's the cool thing about, which is exactly why Genshin has soiled my impression of any game that follows its model. That follows that same five.
Which is a shame.
That's part of why I hate it.
Yeah, I know. That'd be like me saying I'm never gonna try Baldur's Gate because I hate turn-based or like that so much. You can't see nothing. It's an open world anime game.
I am trying other games. I have tried Wuthering Waves, and then I found that it has a lot of the same gameplay
Similar
loop
things.
that Genshin has. Plus, it has the 5-weapon thing that I really dislike.
I know. You can't like say never. Like you can't be like. You just gotta be like I haven't. Found
and I didn't say
one
never. I just say I hate it. And I hate that I've been screwed out of something because I just happened to not play that week. You know, I don't like that. I appreciate that Marvel Rivals as a comparison, which is one reason why. What was it? Was it Ananta or something else? I think it's Ananta that's NetEase. Maybe I'm mistaken. One of them is also NetEase, which is the publisher of Marvel Rivals. Yes, people have like negative things to say about NetEase. A lot of publishers have a lot of negative things to say about them, respectively.
Sure.
But if they follow the same idea that Marvel Rivals has, where it's like every character's free. Once they're released, you can play them. You can play them as much as you want. You don't get limited by anything. The gameplay is yours to enjoy alongside everyone else. You're never... Like, you might have to earn something, but at least that's like encouraging you to play. Versus, oh, you have to be here for a banner that gets this character, and they might not come back for a very long time. Case in point, very recently, Honkai Star Rail finally is getting a rerun for a character they released like a year plus ago. Finally getting a rerun. A year later.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like, they never got, like, everyone else got a rerun, but because, this character's Japanese in theme, and now things are problematic between the Chinese and Japanese right now, we're not going to re-release the character. So it's like, well, you better be happy that you caught it last year. Anyone that's new to the game, screw you. You didn't get to be here for the one time they showed up.
Well, it's funny because you mentioned characters and like weapons like Albedo, which is a totally justifiable thing to get mad about. But like for me, I find the thing that irritates me about the gacha game and like if just to be annoyed with some stuff about it, I dislike when there's gameplay that I don't get to experience in the future because I might have really liked the gameplay. Maybe it's like the peak of FOMO. It's like you're vicariously thinking, oh, it's gonna be so fun to play. When you play, it's not that fun. But for me, for me, when I think about Wuthering Waves, one of the things that it did was it said like, okay, the rewards are there. Like you basically have like timed mega rewards, which are usually just gems. But it lets you actually play like all of the things. It basically archives them, and you may have a gigantic file site. But I'm like, that's cool. At least I don't feel like I'm missing out on that.
Similarly, Zenless had early on realized that they needed to do the same thing. So they have specific markers of this event becomes evergreen after the event ends, but if you want the specific event duration and rewards, you have to play it now. When you want to play it later, you can get all the normal stuff, and you can play it as often as you want. It was... At least with Wuthering Waves, I think whenever they have the banner active, the character story is available to do. If they have a limited duration story for the character, like a Yinlin, like, you need to... I think they had it where it's like...
What if I log in and I snatch it? Is that a thing?
I'm not sure, because
Is that how Withering Wave works, which I like?
Because
As long as you
with
log in,
Wuthering
you'll,
Waves
like,
at the start,
cap it.
what I did was I would play the event while the banner was available, even if I didn't have the character. I don't know what if they've made a change of, oh, if you own the character, you always get access to the story. That's cool if so. That's similar
I don't know
to...
if it means I mean like just interact. So like if an update happens where like a character is live and I don't get them, but I log in, I thought it like a little thing pings up on my thing. It's like, hey, by the way, you have this quest that you could do. I think it archives it like, okay, you can do that whenever you want now.
So that might be that they did change it. They might have gotten feedback to change it. I don't know. Because I haven't played outside of very recently just to get Booling. I didn't play the game much for like the last year or so for Wuthering Waves.
Oh no, I'm talking about Z's.
Oh, for Z's?
Yeah, no, for Withering Waves, that's how it works. Withering Waves, if you log in, it'll basically like ping a thing and you'll like get the mission, then you can just do whatever you want, I think.
So for Wuthering
for Z's, I was wondering.
Zenless, some of the events, like the special holiday event things, I don't know if they can be played afterwards. But they have a specific thing where it's like, here's the events, and then there's a second tab, you click on that, here's all the old events that we've made evergreen. You can come back and play
companion quests?
Those are a separate thing. Those are the special stories.
I thought companion quests were okay. Yeah.
So they did. So similarly in Zenless and in Wuthering, I guess. If you do it while the event's live, you get more stuff. You get like a title, you get a banner, you get Bang Boo, etc. But for the little cassette tape stories or whatever they call those, where
that's what I thought. That's what I remember.
They keep those forever.
I thought you were saying that.
They archive those forever. I didn't know if they did that in Wuthering. I don't, because you said Wuthering Waves earlier, so I was thinking we were talking about what they did.
I wanted to mention in Withering Waves they did that, but then you said like, what do you call it? In Z's they do this thing where they have time thing. But I think I maybe heard Z's and you were just meant Withering. But I was gonna say that makes sense. So that's what I was running, because I was saying in Withering Waves, I believe as soon as you log in, you'll get a ping that says like, hey, by the way, you can do this companion quest. So long as you log in, you get it. And maybe I haven't like experienced anything otherwise.
And
so maybe
Zenless
it's
does the same thing.
Zenless,
all the companion stories can be done forever, but there are like time-limited bonus rewards if you do it within a certain time.
Even if I don't play it all, so like if I just log in today, I've never made an account, will I still get all the companion quests?
You can play all the companion stories without.
I guess. Okay.
Yeah, there's the little like. Since you know how the main characters run a video store, you pull out a VHS of each one. So they keep those forever. You can always play them. It's just that the time-limited bonus rewards are gone. They were.
That makes sense. I got up to that point. I just didn't know, like, because I've only experienced the game in this linear fashion where I've been playing it since like early days, right? So I don't know if like I started an account today, if like what's the limitation, what are the frustrations of the player who's just starting out? Maybe they're like, oh fuck, I don't have access to this. I just don't know, right? So I do know about the cassette tapes and the companion quests and like that.
So like there's some specific like Bang Boos and stuff. Yep.
And I do have to get going, so. I wanted to know if, I just wanted to wind down, if that's okay, these last 10 minutes. Wish everyone a happy holidays, especially you.
Do we want a lightning round any other games that are coming? Just to mention them?
Just really quick, sure. I have it open here. You kind of got through most of them. This one surprised me. I was waiting to get in this. Gears of War E-Day. I don't know I think this article is shitting its pants. I don't think that's going to come out next year, but maybe.
It might be.
1 out of 10.
5-6.
I say for me, it's a 7 or 8, just because I have not played Gears in a while. I would like to get back into it, and that seems like a good place to kind of get back into it.
Yeah, it does seem cool. It's like a prequel, but I just haven't been into Gears in a long time, so it's more of a 5 to 6, not a 6-7.
Right, GTA 6. 6-7.
Since I don't have a PS5, low until it's on PC.
If it was on PC,
6 to 7.
Really? Oh, if it's on PC, I'm probably 9. I want to play with my people and like ready to do criminal shit with y'all. But we are talking about Marvel Wolverine Phantom Blade Zero. Don't even know what the fuck that is.
Oh, that's the one Kat's really into. It looks cool. Okay. It's got a bit of a Wukong-esque combat system. It's more of an action game, not a Souls-like game.
What you feeling?
7. I think it looks good, but I don't know about it. I'm not sure if I'll be of if it will be of interest when it's out.
Like a 6
for me.
To me then. It's more like a 6.
Well,
it's Slay the Spire 2.
8. I'd be interested.
Wow, I don't even know that
I
one.
have the first game. It's pretty cool. It's something that I could see as like a good like hangout game to play because it's a kind of a turn-based card roguelike thing. So a sequel to that should be cool.
This next one I feel like is going to be pretty high on your list, but I might be wildin'. I'd say it's probably like a 7 or an 8 for you. Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis.
8 to 9.
Ooh, higher than I thought. Nice. I
Mostly
brought it up
because
on stream, so
it's a remake of the original Tomb Raider, and it's mostly classic Lara Croft back in her full glory.
Yeah.
So I'm excited.
They look awesome. Some of the people hate it.
The reboot,
nice.
prequel, whatever trilogy you want to call it, of the Tomb Raider series is fine. I didn't like how they handled some of the aspects of it, and that they were so intensely like, we're not going to give her guns, we're not going to give her outfit. This isn't the original Lara Croft that you know her. I don't need it to be that. And like if we're being accurate, it's like triangle pyramid boobs.
Yeah.
But I want it to be what Tomb Raider was known for. I want the gameplay, because I didn't get to really experience that as a kid. I would love to be able to see it as a remake. I would love to see it with a fresh coat of paint that isn't just a remaster sort of thing, which they've already released. I want a new game that isn't like wrangling the old controls that are really complicated and stuff. Because it was an old video game.
I never played it, so I can't even kind of like to me, I remember people getting really putting up a stink about the game being not so good, and I'm like, I don't even know what the previous one was. It just never had that challenge, right? So to me, I felt kind of in the
I'm
middle
just happy that it's classic Lara is finally back. Now we'll see how it goes. It might not be great. We don't know, but I'm definitely highly interested.
All right, one last one. This one's for me. It's probably my most anticipated game of next year, unless I'm forgetting one, which I'm pretty sure I am. World, the full release.
That'll be good.
1 out of 10. 1 out of 10.
8.5.
High. For me, probably about 9.5. I'd say it's getting pretty close if I'm up there. As soon as Red said it, I thought, wait, oh shit, okay, that's a perfect example to get back into it. A perfect time to get back into it.
Yeah,
I thought we're missing something. Notch for me is also probably 9, just in case anyone's curious what I'm thinking of. Notch is up there, Powell's up there, and I think there's one I'm missing that I thought was really good too.
I'll definitely be checking out Ananta, and likelihood for streaming it would be pretty high. But I just also I'm wanting to see like what does the actual gameplay loop offer versus here's a bunch of references. Like that doesn't tell me enough. It's not that because it's like
so
I've done
fun. So me, I'm happy. Yeah, but I totally understand the criticism. You're just waiting to see what it actually is in terms of its like depth of context.
And heaven forbid it's a 5-weapon limitation.
yeah, you're gonna fucking kill yourself. I can't handle it.
Like I won't be installing it if that's the case.
yeah, I understand. But there might be guns. Plus, maybe it's like, we have the same energy.
I know it's not going to be that, but I was just saying if they pull a fast one, it's like here's Genshin, but our version. I'm like no.
Yeah, I'm out. I'll stick to these. But Fluff, I hope you have the happiest of holidays. I hope I can see you on Thursday.
We'll see you on. Let's see. That will be Christmas, so we'll see you.
Yes.
Christmas.
Well, the funny thing is, tomorrow is actually my Christmas.
You celebrate it on Christmas Eve because of how your family dynamic works, and that's fine.
Yeah.
A lot of people do that. It's traditions for them.
It's crazy. You know that so immediately.
Well,
I didn't even get explained
you explained it like last stream, so memory holds.
I did. Shit. Okay.
But yeah, so hopefully you have a good celebration with your family, and we'll see you on Christmas Day.
Yes, hopefully. Unless people are busy, which I totally understand.
And then I will be streaming throughout the week, of course, still. I'll probably come up with some, like, I did check, there are some actual, like, little Christmas assets just baked into VTube Studio, so I'll get some, like, Christmas lights or something on my screen, attached to my avatar, something.
Yeah. That's pretty cute. Yeah, I can't wait to see that. That'll be great. All right, man. Well, have a fantastic holiday as well as you both did. I hope I can wish you a happy holiday on Christmas Day as well. Please take care of yourself, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream, everybody. Thank you so much for your time. Goodbye for now, my friend.
Take care, Grin. And that concludes our latest entry of Taco Tuesday with Grin. I'll probably wrap up here soon. I could do more, but I'll probably just finish off this operation and then wrap up the stream there. Similar to yesterday with Arc Raiders. These more intense games are harder to play for a long duration. They get exhausting, but they're still fun. I hope you enjoyed our chat. Hope you all enjoyed our chat. Sorry I didn't really get to address anyone else that popped in. It was good to see some new names. Hopefully you guys are willing to stick around. I'm blanking on the name, but someone was mentioning the Thousand Suns #1, and I agree. They're my favorite of the Chaos Space Marines, even though I have low likelihood of playing Chaos Marines or Chaos faction stuff over some of the other factions I prefer. I just want a game that gives me Tau Empire, but give me one that isn't Fire Warrior, please.
A miracle given.
I don't know if Total War Warhammer 40k is going to have the Tau at launch, even if, well, hopefully DLC at the very least, similar to what they did with Lizards and like Wood Elves for the first Total War Warhammer Fantasy. So it was fun being able to share some of what little knowledge I have about the 40k franchise. Share some of the classes and things. Also glad I can finally reach a point of understanding in regards to my gripes, pet peeves with games like Genshin and Wuthering Waves and those that follow that 5-weapon limitation design.
Load up. Brother, I am close. Hold fast.
It'd be like having this game where each role only is allowed like one weapon type per character rather than a variety of options. Keep things interesting, but still maintain the role that they play. Like, I don't think you could get much of a hero shooter if everyone just used Tracer's guns or Reinhardt's hammer or Captain America's shield. If everyone just used that for the role, what point would there be to playing anyone other than Captain America, right? Other than now, everyone can be Captain America.
magazine. You failed at ultra. Failed. Banner, ready to deploy. Stock up. Reporting in from the tower, Captain.
The Munitorum does not store explosives to Codex Astartes standards. Okay, it's enough to demolish the bridge.
Reload. This galaxy's the sword. Searching round.
We still have supports to wire. We need more bombs.
Resupply.
Charge is wired.
Reporting for third force.
This support is ready for demolition. I still have explosives in place, brothers.
Located extra stims. Shoot your weapon outside. That silence tuned shit.
Fresh cartridge. I still have explosives to place, brothers. Explosives prepared. We still have supports to wire. We need more bombs.
Waste nothing, brothers. Rearm.
Primed explosives. We are ready to ambush the target, command.
The Hive Tyrant will reach your position shortly. Join the Imperial Guard defenses up on the bridge and lure that Xenos Colossus into the kill zone.
Fresh cartridge.
There's right with you. Knock objective down. Got it. For the Emperor. Behold, a relic. Inserting rounds. For the Emperor! Ready. For the Emperor! For the Emperor!
Astartes! We were not expecting such illustrious company in the rear ranks. We've got a handle on these probing strikes, my lords. It's the relay that's getting hammered right now.
Xenos Overlord is inbound. Prepare for intense combat.
That's news. Without armor support to tackle a target that big, we may have to bring down the supply bridge.
Just armament in place.
This is a withdrawal order.
Negative. The objective is the high tide and not the bridge. Defend this position until the tentative command unit is executed.
Understood, my lord. Idiot, guide our last guns to your support. Ready up, mate. Show the Emperor's angels while we are ready. They're making another push over the bridge.
Xenos scum are pushing from the bridge. Clear the wall.
The hive tyrant is on its way, but it is a horde of Xenos between you and it.
Piece of action.
Dig in for the long haul. They're still coming. You have its attention. It is moving to intercept. Apply more pressure. Arms over the wall.
If they move as one, so shall we.
Bayonets! They're on us!
Rest of it, keep your eyes peeled.
The Xenos leader beast will be in visual range shortly.
Target is in visual range.
I've never seen such electricity. Hold. Give the hive beast a moment. Detonate the charges now.
Our banner awaits on first.
Detonation commenced. Swap to close. Guns are holding. Xenos leader beast neutralized.
It is not dead. Titus, can you elaborate? The swarm would go feral without their connection to the hive mind, but their
Lieutenant's assessment. Enemy cohesion still in full effect. That beast is not yet dead.
Sounds like we have a hunt, brothers.
We can hold this position, Lords. We'll keep the swarm off you.
It is over there, brothers, attempting to claw free. The Imperium provides. Fresh magazine in. We have it routed.
Pursue and eliminate. We will not have a better opportunity to finish it off.
Acknowledge them ready. Neutralize all defenses. Watch the fire, brother. Releasing fresh magazine.
Fire. Continue pursuit.
More equipment, here. Load up. Medical war gear, here. Storing vitality. For the Emperor! You partner. For the Emperor! For the Emperor!
Tell us a report.
We are after the Xenos Overlord. It cannot run forever.
Talassa, you cut out. Repeat.
Lieutenant! Lord! Our Fox link is out. We must be nearing the relay. Do not worry. When the Hive Tyrant is dead, the Lieutenant will know.
It has escaped.
is impeccable. How do you hone those instincts?
I reduce all unnecessary chatter.
Ah, understood.
My battle awareness would be less effective without your Auspex, Valius.
We make a good team.
Encircle and eliminate!
enough. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. And I'll do maybe one more, maybe two more operations or siege mode. Okay, I'm back. Hard to say exactly. I already made some plans with Red for streaming something Sunday and Monday, depending on how much he would like to do. But if he only is up for one stream, I could make next Monday, maybe. Also thinking of maybe shuffling some of the coming weekend stuff around. At the very least, I want to do more Spirit of the North, and since they have a special vendor that only shows up on Saturdays, I kind of want to maybe make Saturdays be that game. But maybe Monday, depending.
We shall hold the fortress against the heretics. Providing supplies for fortress.
These foes will be dealt with. One death is insufficient penalty for your heresy. Your heresy. Dark path is ended.
Oh, that's quite the name for someone being in our co-op session.
Stay sharp.
I have to assume that's not the real Hassan Biker.
Good. I shall find a new vantage point.
Ready for dreadnought deployment.
Deploy war gear. The enemy is here.
If our enemies wish for a swift death, we shall accommodate.
The fortress's void shield grid is failing. Re-establish it. We shall seize the shield.
Become a beast. Die the curse. Arrogance and ambition.
Without the void shield, our forces are vulnerable to the enemy onslaught.
Load up.
Light shield controls,
Resupply before
ready for
more enemies
activation.
arrive.
Our weapons will be ready when our foes return.
Finished and ready.
Brothers, your targets have arrived.
We will purge this place of enemies. Stock up.
We have done well. Close it down.
Ready to deploy.
The Emperor's great. My mind is steel. Grotesque corruption. Terminate that perversion of life. Magazine exhausted.
Dispensing steamers.
Reserves empty. Finished and ready.
There will be more foes to vanquish soon. For now, reload.
Our duty is why we remain standing.
Resources acquired.
Where shall I plant this flag?
I salute you.
That battle will be upon you in moments.
They will regret this fire attack.
Surface forces need the fortress last cannons active. The top power to them.
The last cannon shall fire upon the enemy's platform.
It is our duty to end these horrors. Frag grenade, unleashed.
I am engaging the last cannons.
Spin the wheel.
active and causing the enemy damage.
Okay. My controls were not behaving.
Ready to deploy.
The enemy will return. Now is the time to resupply.
If they will come, I will annihilate them.
Foes are marching on the fortress.
We shall remind them of our supremacy.
Soon, we will be joined by the Dreadnought. End this spawn's twisted existence. Make swing statements. Inserting round.
We have reports of command presence on the battlefield. You may be in for a challenging fight.
Something worthy of my attention at last. Take down that hell brute. Eliminate the priority target from the battlefield. The wolf deforms and weakens all. The weak can be eliminated after we purge the strong. so.
Priority threat eliminated. Stand firm against the remaining scum.
Jump pack refueled.
Change position, squad. The enemy approaches the arsenal.
Jump pack refueled. Banner, ready to deploy.
Defend the arsenal. Eliminate the Tyranids.
It is an honor to hold the line against the Tyranid monstrosities. Walk in.
Brothers, soon we will be joined by Vultus. Prepare for direct engagement.
We shall not falter, Captain. Jump pack refuel. Everyone died off all. The lictor now wears the crown of death. I am airborne.
Renewed and unbroken, I awaken.
Inserting rounds.
Ammunition here. Against that, refresh your gear before battle resumes. They should hurry. I grow impatient. Hostile targets inbound.
They have chosen death.
The fortress's machine spirit is dormant. Reawaken it.
Our enemies will not succeed.
Unleashing fragments.
Fresh cartridge.
I am not done with this fight. That was no killing blow, brother. We have trampled the chittering pack. We must reawaken the internal systems. More equipment here. Where should I start this plan? The system has been restored. I'm airborne ready. The foe is still out there. Use this time to resupply. Good. I long to test my skills in battle. Fortress requires these. No mercy. Show our enemies reinforcement en route. Stand back. We shall war together. Waste nothing, brothers.
Stock up.
Imperials, brothers. Stand ready.
The Imperium will triumph. Carrying new magazines. Ammunition here.
This is only a pause. Reload before the battle resumes.
These honorless curs will not find us lacking.
Aid me in the fight to come. Rulings understood. For the Emperor! Waste nothing, brothers. Load up. Banner, ready to deploy.
Enemy forces incoming.
These foes will be dealt with.
defense with everything we have. We must focus on the fiercest enemies. I am bravely injured. Restoring vitality. Last in the Emperor Lord. We will not die. Focus on the superior threats, not the inferior ground. We crush the ravenous. Shield him and make him safe. Sustain heavy damage. Control the battlefield. Terminate the larger threats. Ammunition here. Nero. Do not let the stronger threats overwhelm us. None under my protection. We are. I am greatly injured. Target the most powerful enemies first. Our banner wins some first. Load up. Let's expand by our banner. Destroy the serious. Red will deployed. I am placing it.
Remove the greater threats first, then eradicate the rest.
Do not let the stronger threats overwhelm us.
Night. Thanks for sticking with it.
It is slain. Find the next one.
Sending trackers. Jump pack review. Waste nothing, brothers. Control the battlefield. Terminate the larger threats.
Excellent. The major threat has been wiped out.
What Abrams?
The fortress's control room is under threat. Protect it.
We will go where the enemy lies. For the Emperor!
Neat. Let's see what I've got. Got the gold power sword, which is neat. The Black Templars is probably the coolest looking. Dark Angels looks cool too. Let's see. I think I can finally unlock the Space Wolves chest. And what was the other one I wanted? Pauldron. Which will take a bit more to get to. get the Iron Hand Steel because it's a darker black. Well, at least a shiny black. A little more solid, or is this a little more worn? So that's there. So if I check this, have it on black, still looks good, but this is more solid and it's shiny. But for sure, there used to be like Null Oil, but I think that's for a different slot. Alright, I can actually match the shoulders now because they just changed how that works. Sorta looks good, but well, that's kind of nice. You can exchange 3 to get 1. Not the best exchange rate, but eventually you run out of use for the green. So then you don't have to farm the harder difficulty stuff. And I can also exchange greens for requisitions. Not sure how to get this
Northesium maintenance takes priority.
stuff.
No weapon is more important.
That's actually pretty cool for the power sword. It actually does an effect. That's interesting. That's a Twitch drop normally. Interesting that these actually have unique effects.
I did not ask for recaf in my last digestive cartridge. It stokes an infernal turbulence in my remaining flesh parts.
Interesting. It's a special version of the bolt rifle that also has a melta attachment. That's cool. Yeah, these are just pure cosmetic stuff. So this must be special event currency or something. Is there any pauldrons? It's just like basic one, and I don't like that as much. So really my best options to still show the emblem are these two. I'll probably use this one once I get the Space Wolf one unlocked. The veteran one is cool, although that fits the Space Wolves with a lot of their red gem stuff. Granted, they have that kind of diamond shape. Well, I guess with how this one looks, this would be to use. I'm not sure. I'll figure that out another time. But I think this was a pretty successful stream, so I hope you all have a good one and enjoy your upcoming holidays. Enjoy the holidays as they are currently active. Of course, as always, big thanks to Gren for chatting with me for the day, and I will catch you all in the next one. See you tomorrow if you wish, and until next time, take care, have a good night, bye for now.